Mm, Sleep in time, the things you play, move on me, get from the stage, analyze my name, when you see it in the page, now turn it all around, really what look, even if everybody was didn't even just let it in my life, ain't go down there, without y'all make me. You have lost your mind if you don't hear what I say. I'm chasing when I'm still. No, I ain't gonna sleep wrong. So why you wanna leave the cell? You don't like my song. What is the bills? Ain't it hurt me down? Cause I keep it real. Sometimes I'm gonna cry. To another place. Then what is sometimes I when I close my eyes, look at things I miss, making them feel alive. Sometimes I think, trying to keep it quiet. If I was afraid of love, tell me who I trust. See, I work so hard just to get ahead. If it wasn't for God, I'd probably be dead. Sometimes I think, y'all should have me down. But you're wasting your time. Got your head to spin around. If you had your way, you see that I can everywhere. Trouble follows me. There's no problem. Shit hurts sometimes. There's a hole in me. If it rocks my mind. Without a care, that was all that I could bear. We need my help, never take no. When I need you love, got to care. Give me strength, I'm not gonna quit. I've come too far, got nothing to say. It's been but that's okay. Can't go with you, come on, you stay. Got let you go, got to take the play. But we and all the play. What's up, Lolo? Hey,
What's
everybody.
good? What's good? Hey, everybody in the chat.
Red Bunny, you said your anxiety, man. My anxiety is through the roof.
Hello to Dottie
Stomach
and
going
Dottie's
split.
peoples.
How y'all doing? Yeah, I'm with Charles. Everybody, we gotta say a prayer for him. Say a prayer.
How was your day?
Mine,
Yeah.
it was good up until that jury got dismissed. Like, I'm like Red Bunny. My anxiety is just sky high. Y'all don't even understand. We plan on tomorrow
Me, Lolo, and all the other supporters, we plan on going up to the courthouse tomorrow, 10 a.m., right?
Yeah.
10 a.m., and we're going to stay at the courthouse until they stop deliberating, which is like 5 o'clock every day until they have a verdict. So we plan on going up there and staying at the courthouse until they have a verdict. So I'll be going live from there, you guys, but not inside the courthouse. I'll go outside. Thank you. We definitely keeping y'all posted. Before I start, do anybody have any questions before I start reading this? Any questions? I don't. I'm hoping Tanya. She may be because she was sick yesterday, so hopefully she can join us. Or if not, send y'all prayers up to Tanya. Hopefully she's feeling better.
Prayers up.
She said everything's gonna be okay. Then. All right. So no questions.
I got a feeling
You see a
everything's
question?
gonna be alright.
No. Oh, he drinking. Oh, I'm drinking too, y'all. Listen. I got my Hennessy. I don't even drink Hennessy, but Rob said that's his drink, so I'm having me some Hennessy to celebrate his victory.
Hennessy and Patron.
You got Patron?
No, that's his drink.
Oh, well, dang, I could have Patron. I'm used to Patron. This is my first time drinking Hennessy, y'all. So I'm gonna try to get through this live. Bear with me. If my words start slurring and everything else, you got me right, Lolo.
Yeah. We'll just be two people on here.
Girl juice.
We'll just be two people on here with the words slurring.
Look, okay, so you guys, today they started. The government wanted to address Brown's attorney's closing argument. She says that when Brown's attorney was saying that the lawsuit that they had mentioned did not involve Brown, and that the government was trying to mislead the jury by allowing their witness to testify that Brown's name was in that. The government is saying that they actually addressed that issue in their closing argument, so that there was no need for her to bring it up in her closing argument. And so they wanted, and then also they said that Brown had said that the lawsuit would be available to the jury during the deliberations, when that's not the case, because that lawsuit is not in evidence. So the judge asked, does anyone have an issue with admitting the lawsuit into evidence? There was 2 objections. And Brown's attorney said all she did was show the cover letter to them to show whose names was included on that lawsuit. And she said, and it's because the government was misstating something and they knew that. And the judge basically threw that out. He threw out the fact that they wanted the jury to see the whole lawsuit. So he threw out that motion or issue. They also said that they want Bonjean to not be able to mention that the government waited 20 years to bring these charges. Jennifer says absolutely not. This is not a jury nullification. She says she has the right to mention the amount of time that has lapsed. The judge says it's not to blame the government that that wouldn't be appropriate to say. The judge told Jennifer it's better to say that the difficulties that had arisen, that there was a lot more difficulties that arise with all the time that had passed.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
But it is their fault that it took all this time for these charges coming about.
Well, what they said was it's not their fault because they didn't technically have the tape until 2019, when Freeman turned the tape over to law enforcement. So they're saying that they technically weren't at fault, and they didn't want her mentioning that. So,
But what about every other charge besides the tape?
yeah, so she can't blame it on the jury. She just has to say, because of there's a significant amount of time that passed before they brought charges. So that's it.
Oh man, that ain't gonna slide with me. That ain't gonna slide. He wasn't asking for his money back then, so they ain't bringing charges. That's what
Yep.
it is.
Yep. So, so getting into Bonjean, and you guys gotta bear with me because hers was a little bit different. The way she delivered it, so I kept up as best as I could. She said the government told you in their opening statement. She said, I told you in my opening statement that the government began with the advantage because 99% of the cases tried in this country, the jury normally comes back with no knowledge of the defendant. But some of you have knowledge of this defendant. And all we can do is for you to put that to the side. I'm sorry, all we can do is ask you to put that to the side and think about only what you've heard here and on that stand. At this point, we almost need Robert to be a John Doe, not Robert Kelly coming into this case. There will be duties and instructions you will have. You are to make a decision based only on the evidence you heard and saw in this courtroom. Another reason the government has an advantage is because they're getting the help from the co-defendant. They say R. Kelly may have abused Jane. We knew nothing about it. But there's no evidence of none of that. He still has a right to a fair trial. These opinions don't matter. Although they are tried together, you have to consider each one of them separately and each count separately. The government has the burden of proving guilt. You have to go into that jury room with the presumption that he is innocent. The guilt has to prove every last charge. And even though these charges are 25 years old, they still have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is always the same regardless of how long it's been. Hold on. You heard unflattering information about Robert in this trial. Some of it has nothing to do with these charges. You've heard about tapes, Susan logins, tapes with men on them, etc. That is not to be considered evidence for any purpose. The defendant is not on trial for any of those acts that are not alleged in the indictment. The burden cannot be met with the inference that the defendant is a person who past acts suggest a bad character behavior that he can be judged on here. Every count counts. She said, let me kind of paint a different picture of Rob for you. Becoming R. Kelly. She said she said the government was able to spend hours telling you about who they thought R. Kelly was. Well, let me tell you. He was a shy, introverted kid growing up on the streets of Chicago. Lots of challenges with reading and writing that he still actually has to this very day. He suffered with his own sexual abuse trauma. Lisa said he was very immature, and that's probably the only thing she told the truth about. They got along because he liked to do the things that she did. But he was still that musical genius. A musical genius that still needed to rely on others for the business side of that. Wait, she says, I told, if you look at this snippet of checks, so she has us look at the screen, and it's a bunch of checks there that was written. You will not see one check with Robert's name on it. And there are thousands of these checks. Like Daryl McDavid said, Rob said, I will take care of the music, you take care of all the other stuff. There's no question in or around 1998 that was the turning point for Robert. He performed at the Grammys. The government showed you his performance of I Believe I Can Fly. I guess they wanted to show you his success at that time. He did do some beautiful things. He did a lot of beautiful things. And he should not be stripped of every bit of humanity based on what the government says to you. I told you in the opening statement, the government's case involved extortionists, liars, thieves, and they pretty much proved that here with everybody they put on the stand. Then she showed a picture of Chuck's face on the screen with the Monopoly card, get out of jail free card, and his face was plastered on that card. They all came and testified under an immunity agreement. The government said that they were given that if they told the truth. Well, the government gave them the truth that they wanted them to tell here. Each and every one of them feared prosecution. If they didn't do what they needed to do to get that immunity, they would be prosecuted. It is your job to decide who's believable. You may accept all of the witnesses, all of what the witnesses said, part of it, or none of it at all. If you order soup, and that soup has a cockroach in it, you don't take it out and keep eating. Hold on, guys. Sorry. You don't take it out and keep eating. You toss the whole soup. And so that's how you have to look at this case. If a witness testifies and part of the testimony don't seem right, you don't take out the part you don't like and keep the rest. You toss that whole testimony. You heard about Section 8 vouchers, money benefits, all that was given to these witnesses. All were promised a benefit in return for their testimony and cooperation. Consider the witnesses' testimony with caution and give great care by law. This will be interesting to see because some of these witnesses violated their immunity agreement. We're going to have to wait and see if any of them get prosecuted. I highly doubt it, though. Getting to the charges. The indictment is not evidence. It's just a formal way of telling the defendant what the crimes he is accused of. It is not evidence anyone is guilty of anything. It doesn't even raise a suspicion of guilt. Count 5, obstruction of justice. I talked about this yesterday with a person knowingly alters, destroys, falsifies any record, document, or tangible evidence. A person who acts with intent to influence a investigation. Did Kelly make a false entry? How did he make a false entry, file a false police report? He never talked to the police. They never even attempted to talk to him. Even after the Sun-Times did an interview, they never attempted to contact him. Did Kelly force Jane or Susan to falsify documents or a false police report? DCFS, when they talked to Jane, she told them, she told you that she lied to DCFS and CPD. She denied the relationship, but she never said Rob asked her or told her. That's not forcing her to lie, or even what the government said when they said Rob instilled in her to lie. She said she didn't want to because she didn't want her parents to know, and because she wanted to protect Robert. And Susan said, oh, she didn't know nothing about it, so we know that she didn't lie and falsify any paperwork or Robert asked her because she claimed to not even know about the relationship. So let's go to the Oak Park meeting. Government said that Rob broke down and he confessed. Both Jane and Susan remember everything differently. Doesn't matter because Rob never told either one to go and lie about anything, not even there. Neither one of them said that. At that point, we started going. She showed us Jane's testimony, what transcript testimony to this jury about the Oak Park meeting. At no point did she say Rob put pressure on her or threatened them. What does that say? Where does it say that they were supposed to go away? I'm sorry. What it does say is that they wanted to go away so they can reflect. Susan says Robert never confessed, which is the very contradiction to her saying what she said, you're with us or you're not. I don't know how many people was on my live yesterday, but remember I had mentioned that I had said for her to say that he said you're with us or you're not. And I said, well, if she said that he didn't confess to nothing, why would he, what would be the purpose of him threatening her? So Jennifer actually had mentioned that, so she was thinking the same thing. And obviously that part makes sense. And then we're not gonna also she said that that Oak Park meeting happened right after DCFS had contacted them. So keep in mind DCFS contacted them in 1999. They supposedly went on the trip right after the Oak Park meeting. The trip was 2001. So okay, and she said they say they didn't care that she was 17 in a relationship with Rob at that time, because under the Illinois law, state law, 17 is legal. Under the federal law, you cannot videotape anyone under the age of 18. They say that she wasn't, they said that they weren't working. That's why they relied on Rob and worked with him. But then come to find out they actually owned a shoe store. They said that they didn't want, the tape out there. Susan told the state's attorney she does not even remember, she doesn't remember being instructed by anyone to testify or lie to the grand jury. Kelly's relationship with the family. He said they made a decision, and from that decision that they made involved a stronger friendship, a stronger relationship. There is nothing to show that the evidence that Rob was paying them any type of hush money or was forcing them to remain silent. It was a legitimate relationship. As convenient as it is for everybody, we know inconvenient as it is for everybody, we all know that this was a legitimate relationship because of their text message. Sorry, y'all. That was I'm sorry. As inconvenient as it is for everybody, we know that there was a legitimate relationship because of the text messages that they had, that they shared with each other. If this was about them wanting money, they would have sued him a long time ago for millions and millions of dollars. So at this point, she started showing texts from Jane and Rob around the time Surviving R. Kelly had came out. And at that time, she was saying Rob sent her a message saying that he thanks everyone, but he's tired. And then she was responding back like, what do you mean? Oh my God, what are you gonna do? Don't do it. I love you. I'm here for you. Don't let the devil get to you. And I have those text messages wrote down too, if anybody wants to see them or me to share them. You know what's missing from those text messages? Him saying to her, hey, you remember that deal we had, right? He's barely responding to her. He's barely even acknowledging her. She changes her phone number and he still doesn't even try to contact her. She's still contacting him and wondering why he's not answering her calls. He responds, I didn't know that this was your number. That should be the time at the very most when he's trying to get her to obstruct justice. That's to be the time when he's the most worried. Why wouldn't he obstruct justice then? You think he's gonna obstruct justice with some rent payment in 2013? but not in 2019 when all of this stuff is coming out? Which one makes more sense? The defendant cannot be convicted of something that happened more than 5 years from that particular date that I gave you guys, July 11, 2014. Count 5, she goes over the elements. Pretty much the elements is everything that I had said yesterday from Brinkley. That isn't Brinkley. His closing argument, which is Jane was under 18, all of those elements. There's also some overacts. September the 14th, one of the overacts is Kelly calls a wire transfer in the amount of $80,000 to be paid to Durham McDavid through the firm. October 2014, they're saying Kelly calls the RSK Enterprise to write a check to issue to Jane payable in the amount of $11.50 with the notation personal RSK. Okay, so what I'm saying here is where they're saying he obstructed justice, y'all. So these are the points. 2 checks wrote out. One to Durham McDavid for $80,000, and then the other for a check wrote to Jane in the amount of $11.50. Then they showed Jane's testimony again. Lolo, give me 1 second, okay?
Okay. Jennifer did a good job. She hit on every point, and she answered some of my questions that I had questions about from yesterday. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
I'm sorry, y'all. Thanks, Flo. So at this point, we started reading over Jane's testimony. She said the relationship ended in 2006. Actually, she had to come back and correct that because it actually ended in 2011. She showed the text messages. Oh no, they asked her, Jane, was her relationship centered around the 2008 trial? And she said no. Their relationship going forward had nothing to do with the 2008 trial. They didn't even really discuss it. Rent payments were to help someone that he was in a relationship with. Now, see, all of these points we talked about yesterday. Did we not stress the rent payments yesterday?
Yeah.
We stressed some rent payments, and I'm telling you, she was on it. And this is exactly what I said she needs to focus on, Jane, them videos. So she said rent payments were to help someone whom he was in a relationship with. They were not settlement payments. The person writing the memo even said one of the payments was child support. So how can you believe anything that they wrote in the memos? Somebody was just scribbling some stuff down. And it makes the child support makes absolutely no sense. This is not evidence of guilt. The government said that because he stayed in contact with her, that's an admission to the government that he did something wrong. And that's simply not true. Count 6, conspiring to receive child pornography. Though I already told you guys about the 4 acts with how that works. She also said, Brinkley told you why and how Lisa lied. She lied about the video she had. She said she had never seen a tape of Jane. Keith is probably the only one that's the most credible witness that we've seen here. Bajin goes over the Facebook message. What I feel like I read. Bajin goes over the Facebook messages. Lisa is a thief. She stole over and over and over again. These are not the type of people that you can believe. There's nothing off limits when it comes to what she will lie about. If she had a tape of her, she would have destroyed that tape, but she didn't. People remember when they had sex with someone as famous as R. Kelly. She was in a video of one of the hottest songs in the 1990s, and you telling me she don't remember that she was 18 years old? She knew her age. She lied to the authorities twice. She got her ID in October 9th, 1998. So clearly she knew her ID after that. Clearly she knew her age then. But she was still willing to lie to federal agents. There is nothing that she won't lie about. And I don't even have to go through all her lies right here because that'll be a lot. We'll be here all day. There are a lot of tapes out there because there's a lot of different tapes that's missing. There was complete chaos surrounding these tapes. And it's not because, it was just one tape that just happened to be missing that they just happened to notice. No, it was because there were multiple tapes and there was multiple people trying to extort him. Count 7 is the receipt of the videos 2 and 3. Count 8 is the receipt of videos 4. And she said, briefly discussing Chuck. Chuck calls up Rob, says he has a sex tape, says absolutely nothing about child pornography. She continues to go over why would all of these prominent attorneys want to risk their careers over child pornography. I didn't go into detail too much about that because, again, this is some things that Brentley had already talked about. So what happened? Chuck looks up because Kelly gets charged. This was the exact opportunity that he needed to be able to exploit him. Sex tapes, performance tapes, whatever it wasn't child pornography. The tape Chuck had was not child pornography. Everybody looked at it, said it was a threesome, and said that it was his wife. Government says, why will Rob care about it getting out? Well, I'm pretty sure that his wife wouldn't want the world to see a sex tape of her, and not to mention the fact that they have children. No matter what he does or says on that stage, they didn't want that tape out. I've never met a lawyer willing to commit a crime for their client. We got to keep our law license. That's how we put our children through school. That's how we pay our bills. So why would they want to believe? But they want you to believe that that's what all of these prominent attorneys did. They all testified, but they all testified and recorded that there was all testimony that it was not child pornography. The video in the living room and in the bedroom that Chuck claimed to have had, that's not true. We proved that. That's not child pornography. Hennessy and strawberries. Say somebody asked. Count 4. Count 4 is enticement and coercion James to engage in sexual explicit video with Lisa Van Allen. This count has not been proven. Why? Because they haven't proven that that's Jane on the tape. That's just that simple. All that is proven is that it's Lisa. All that was proven was that it's Lisa Van Allen, Rob's wife, and himself. Where is that tape? But we don't have it. Government don't have it. But it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't show that there's any minors on it. You would have to believe Lisa Van Allen in order to convict him of that charge. Factors to consider. Witnesses, you have to consider, does the witness have any reason to be biased, prejudiced, to get up here and lie on the stand? The truthfulness and the accuracy of the testimony, the inconsistency and the inconsistent or consistent statement given. Inducement accounts. This is a matter of saying that there are older charges. There are a lot of older charges that I don't believe that the government has proved. Tracy. If there is a witness that we can't trust, this will be the one. She graduated early, but first of all, we need to really ask the question if she really graduated or did she drop out? Based on the report card and no one able to explain how she could graduate that early with those grades and missing a whole month of school. We know that she requested an internship in the spring of 1999. while at Columbia College. This letter shows on her internship she actually completed it in the spring of 2000. So they showed a letter, and on the top it was written that someone had signed off on it and said that she completed it in the spring of 2000. She says that she met R. Kelly at the Expo in 1999, but evidence shows you that it was actually the spring of 2000. He wasn't there in 1999. He wasn't there in 2001. He was there in 2000. It it shows how wait. Okay, it shows how the government is pushing this 1999 thing. We've seen in this case there are people that like to lie, and they like to lie about being younger than what they were. You know why? Because they can become a victim and they can collect restitution. So if you guys didn't know, if you're 17 and younger, you are eligible for restitution if he's convicted. So that's why it was so important for Lisa to be 17. Then you have the producer of the expo that actually came in and testified. And she said that there was a picture of Rob. And I said, you have a picture of Rob in 2000? And she said, yes. I asked her, did you give this to the government? She said, yes. The government says, yeah, we have it. We didn't give it to you, though. How else do you know Tracy met him in the spring of 2000? Because a year later, she had filed a complaint with the date saying that she met him in April of 2000. Her friend also stated in an affidavit she met him in April of 2000. Tracy then went and amended the complaint. She was 17 and she turned 18 August the 2nd of that year. But the government doesn't say that because of what we've charged him with. Tracy's friend told you the first time she had sex with him was in the summer of 2000, which will make her 17 or maybe even 18, since her birthday again is in August. Then she wants to say she had a threesome with James. Everybody wants to have a threesome with James. But looking over all her reports and her testimonies and etc., she never mentioned anything about a threesome with James. She never mentioned a threesome on tape. Then she couldn't even identify Jane in the video. Then she falsely identified herself in the video. They charged him with sexual exploitation because under the federal law, you have to be over 18. She said she was 17, but guess what? She lied. She was 18. You don't think if she had told the government back then that she had a threesome with Jane, they wouldn't have jumped all over that? Tracy lied. You think she would have lied you think she would have led with her best stuff to sue someone if she actually had a threesome with Jane? She didn't do that. Nia, nice girl on the stand, but the government didn't meet their burden of proof with her either. Age of consent in Georgia is actually 16, and it still is to this day. She meets him at the mall. She asks for an autograph. She says she told him that she was 15, but do we have proof of that? I doubt it. Why would he send a 15-year-old a white limo to her parents' house to pick her up and fly her to Minnesota, and she barely had any information? Back then, I'm pretty sure kids needed a parent to fly. So that kind of tells me she didn't tell him that she was 15. You would have to believe the defendant thought or knew she was under the age of 18 years old in order to convict him on that charge. If you're 17 in the state of Illinois, you are not guilty of any of this. Then she tells you that she was on her way to. Then she tells you that on her own she came to Chicago. Rob had nothing to do with that. She then said she couldn't get a ride to his studio, but he sends a limo to get you from your house where your parents live, but he can't send you a ride to get from where you were in Chicago to his studio. Sounds a little odd to me. Then she says, right before she gets ready to leave, that's when the sexual abuse occurs, within the 5 minutes of her leaving. Actually, I'm going to stop right there because what she actually said was she went out there twice, 5 times each. The first time is when it actually occurred. The second time is when she was leaving. Her cousin actually testified that no, there was only one time that she went out there. It was for less than 5 minutes. She gave him 5 minutes, but she actually burst through the door saying, I got to use the bathroom. I got to use the bathroom. And she said what she seen was them standing there talking kind of close, but nothing improper going on. That's what was said. Jury, it's your job to look at this and ask if they've proven. Hold on. This man is okay. It's their job to prove if they've proven this accusation. And she says she did not go to the law, but she definitely went straight to Susan Logan. Count 12, Pauline. Some of this stuff y'all gotta bear with me, y'all. I be trying to keep up. Count 12, Pauline. As committed as she was to her testimony, first of all, her demeanor was terrible. Soon as she got up on that stand, she was trying to fight me. Arguing with me over a word that she said she didn't say that clearly it said that she said. Then her
That girl
statement,
had an attitude all throughout that testimony.
I missed that
She even
testimony.
had an attitude when the prosecutors was questioning her.
Huh?
She even had an attitude when the prosecutors was questioning her.
She was just mad. I wasn't that. I'm mad I missed that day. So I can't get no background information. She said then in her prior statement, she identified Rob and Jane in the video. She wasn't a friend of Rob. She wasn't. Because she said she wasn't a friend because if she was a friend and they would have we asked her on the stand, who was it? You could have lied. And she didn't lie. She told outright it was Rob and Jane. And I guess that question was asked on the stand, and she must have said, am I supposed to lie? Did she do that, Lolo? Because I remember Jennifer mentioning it.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to lie?
Yeah.
So Jennifer says, but she doesn't mention anywhere in there when she's talking about Jane and Rob that she had a threesome with them. And she was 17. Not because she didn't want anyone to know, but because it didn't exist. She went to college. She came back. That's when she began a relationship with him. We won't dispute that. And she also tried to extort him twice after that. She was a grown woman then. So when she first was asked, she didn't want to be a part of anything. Then all of a sudden, when she started hearing about this restitution and all these extra payments, that's when she decided to jump on board. So then they started showing parts of her testimony. She said on the stand that she likes Hypnotic. And I remember somebody in the chat mentioning this yesterday. She said that she liked to drink Hypnotic. But Hypnotic didn't come into play until 2001. Not when she was 14, 15, 16 years old. So her having a relationship with him in her later teens made more sense because that's when the drink came out in 2001. Another thing she said is that she communicated with him regularly on her cell phone. But in them early days, that just can't be true because teenagers wasn't using cell phones back then. Maybe in the 2000s, around that time, but not in the late 1999. Brittany. Who the heck is Brittany? They want you to convict him on someone you didn't even get a chance to see or hear from. This is the greed on the part of the government. Brittany is also 1 year older than the rest of these women. They want you to convict him on someone else's testimony regarding Brittany. You didn't even hear from her. Showing the text messages from the government to Jane, saying that the government was manipulating her when they was calling her boss baby and asking for pregnancy photos. All of that was just a form of manipulation to get her on the government side. Yes, we know Kelly and Jane had a relationship. How much of a relationship depends on how much of what you want to believe. And then they told Jennifer she had about 10 minutes left. She said, we're not denying that it happened. I want to point out something important as it relates to Jane Doe. These are very technical charges. To use facility, give me one second, let me read this over to myself. In order to use facility, that's why they use that, is because they need to establish their jurisdiction. They say that he used a phone to entice Jane. The government makes a big deal about him being her godfather, but that's not something that he asked to be. Sparkle asked him to be her godfather. Please look at the instructions to really decide if there's much more to these. Please read the instructions of each charge. You have to decide to these very technical issues. No one is disputing that these videos are explicit. They are explicit. You have to decide if they're authentic though. They pass through so many hands, we don't know even if these are the same tape. The government says Jane said that it was her. Okay. But they didn't even show her the tape in open court. You still have to hold the government to its burden. The government has to prove the videos were produced for the purpose of directing, manufacturing, issuing, publishing, or advertising for him to be guilty. These tapes were stolen. They weren't passed around. Was his purpose to create child pornography? This is something they have to prove. Did they prove that? We don't even know where any of these tapes were. For all we know, these tapes could have never left Chicago or Illinois. As to counts 2 and 3, they had never even seen these tapes. Does anyone believe Chuck actually held onto this tape for 20 years? Do we really want to believe he held onto this tape for 20 years and didn't try to extort more money after the fact? He don't even know where that tape came from. We don't even know if that tape ever crossed across state lines. We don't know if it was ever in Georgia. It could have always been here. So they never proved that. Where's video 4? All we know is that everyone said that that's the tape of a threesome with Rob, Lisa Van Allen, and his wife. You have to find Mr. Kelly not guilty on all the counts. Do your job. Take your time. Give Kelly the consideration because this is what he deserves despite of what you may have heard about him. And always remember that every count counts. So after that, we took a break. That's the end of Jennifer's closing argument. During that time, during the break, the government asked that the jury be instructed to disregard an argument that Jennifer said because they said it was wrong when she said that the text messages from the government to Jane was a form of manipulation. They don't like that she said that, and they wanted the judge to instruct the jury to disregard that. They said that it was, she says No, that's not true. It shouldn't be, because it was inappropriate for the government to be talking to her about things like that and discussing stuff the way that they were. Um, and she also said that she wasn't the one that actually, Jennifer says that she wasn't the one that actually brought that into, well, up to the jury and into evidence. Daryl McDavid's attorneys did. There was also a motion because the defense wanted to put into evidence the entire thread of text messages, but the judge did deny that. That's the motion that he denied, allowing the rest of the text messages to be seen. So then we have the government's rebuttal. She started off saying, and there with this, I don't want to lose you guys, but I gotta explain. She was kind of a little bit all over the place with certain things. Um, she would start something. I think she'll realize certain things, so she'll stop and then kind of go back and forth. I kept up as much as I can. She says, and this is the government's rebuttal. R. Kelly had to prove what he wanted. I'm sorry, R. Kelly had to have what he wanted. Those were the words from Daryl McDavid. He said that it was his boss's attitude. He had to have what he wanted. And he had to have everything the way he wanted it. And that was to have sex with young girls. And they wanted him to have what he wanted, so they helped him to cover that up. They used all these people that they discussed, which is the witnesses. They used them to facilitate this, but now they want to call those witnesses extortionists and liars. Robert Kelly is guilty of sexually abusing these young girls and recording himself sexually abusing these girls and Jane over and over and over again. They are gilling up. They said that they're detained. I'm sorry. And she's talking about Brown and Daryl McDavid were getting the tapes and helping to cover it up. Up until 2019, they were all safe. They were safe until that tape made its way to law enforcement. In the tape, you saw him flipping her over side to side and putting her in different positions. You saw him hand her money as if she was a prostitute. This all is evidence. You saw it. When considering the evidence, use Jane as the base. Defense wants you to use Rob. No, use Jane. She's the one everything happened to. Encouraging her to have threesome with others, record these acts. Kelly grooming began when she was just 13 years old, over the phone, asking her what color panties did she have on. It was Jane and Kelly in the videos in 1, 2, and 3. Majin talked about Kelly's purpose. There doesn't need to be a sole purpose, but a purpose. A purpose. Watch the video. And you will see him instructing and directing Jane on what to do. Jane seen the video. Hold on. Jane seen the video and she initialed it so that you knew that she seen the video. Kelly used his house on George Street to have sex with Jane in the log room and brought in her high school friends. He did things to gain Jane's trust and friendship. By 2000, Lisa Van Allen had took a tape. That tape did have Jane on it. You heard Jane describe each one of those tapes. Kelly knew it was Jane on the tape, and they chose Freeman to get them back. It was no secret as to why they chose Freeman. Jane testified that that was her on that tape. You know from Jane, Kelly shut them down from talking to anyone. Kelly told Brown to stay put so that he would know if they left when they went out of the country. Things were going according to plan until they found out that there was another tape still out there. And that put all emotions into steps to try to get those tapes back. The government started going over all the payments to Charles Freeman. After that trial, Kelly knew that these people still knew his secret. So he had to continue to pay them every time they approached him. Use Jane's testimony as your guide point if need be. Daryl McDavid. He said he was never caught in a lie. His entire testimony was incredible. His entire testimony was based on uplifting 4 people that is no longer even here, clearing the way for Daryl to say whatever he wanted to say. He said the attorneys did this, they did that, they did everything. Because if he said that, then he wouldn't be implicated himself. So he takes himself out of everything completely. So he takes himself completely out of the narrative. Daryl McDavid is on trial, not those 4 other people. His responsibility, he's responsible for his action. He is the one that he said he was the one that was instrumental for Rob's success, right? He said he had no idea, but he said he had no idea what was going on. He was lying. He said he was not in Kansas. He said he wasn't in the meeting. He said he was in the car at the meeting. He's conveniently removing himself from this situation. When have we heard that Daryl McDavid ever just sat in the car? Not at any time during this trial. Especially in a delicate situation as this. He knew full well what was going on. Of course he was in the room for that meeting. She didn't say he wasn't there. She said she didn't remember. Susan said he was there, and you can rely on her testimony. Then they began to read the testimony, Jane's testimony again. It says, she says that Rob was crying and apologizing. Susan didn't have any knowledge of the relationship until the actual meeting. There was an objection. Jennifer says the witness said Rob made no confession of guilt at that meeting. The judge overruled it and said that the jury would have to decide on it. In 2002, Daryl McDavid knows the truth about Kelly, that he was sexually abusing Jane after that meeting. About the documents, make sure you take a careful look at them when you review them. Those documents are not for the truth. They want you to rely on the verdict from 2008. That jury was scammed. The case was fixed. Because Robert and others caused Jane and her family to lie and to not be available for that trial. Then she starts talking about Brinkley's closing arguments regarding Lisa Van Allen and Chuck. We have videos 2 and 3 from Freeman. They did not come from the internet. He had these tapes in 2001 in Kansas. He didn't just pull these off the internet. Wilson said he didn't know whether or not Daryl was there, not that he wasn't there. He said he wasn't sure. Keith even places Daryl McDavid in the room watching the tape with Lisa Van Allen. She was actually the one who took it to him originally. So who better to authenticate that tape than her? Keith said Daryl McDavid told him that if he didn't come back with the tape, this guy right here is going to come and get you. Defense points to Winters to identify Drea in the tape. That comes only after two people say that. Jensen was one of them, but you don't know whether he actually really said that because Jensen's no longer here. Winters didn't say that it was Drea on the tape. He actually said, and here's the gotcha part, you guys. So when she goes to say, Winters did not say, and Winters is Jensen's assistant. He was the one who watched all the tapes that was brought to Jensen because remember Jensen was he was handicapped. So he helped him and he watched the tapes. So Winters is actually the first person to really get on that stand and say, I met Drea before and that was her on the tape. The government says Winters did not actually identify Drea. What he said was, and then she pulls the transcript. She pulls that out, and it wasn't that part. So then they pull it away. It was talking about something else. So then she moves forward and says, we'll come back to that. So remember, she wants to come back and show the jury that he didn't say that. So based on Daryl McDavid's testimony, do you really believe he didn't know Rob was abusing little girls? You watched the tape. You know Jane was in them. He watched the tape, and he knew too. He continued to make payments. Do not let him hide behind 3 dead men. The time has come to finally hold him accountable. They say they have proven we haven't proven the obstruction because of the payments made to Jane after 2014. I'm sorry. They say they've proven the obstruction because of the payments Kelly made to Jane after 2014. Defense wants you to focus your attention to what Jane actually did. But the defense statements on this is misstate what the government really needs to prove. There was a need for them to keep Robert's dark secret a secret forever. Your common sense will tell you that these payments were made to her because he needed to keep her quiet to cover up the years of abuse. They said that they had these secrets on each other. They needed to keep Daryl McDavid and Rob had these secrets on each other, and they needed to keep these things out of court. Of all the things they did, it was proof that they wanted to keep Jane abuse covered up forever. What was the purpose of keeping a confidentiality agreement? It was not because he was just a celebrity, but he was a celebrity who liked to have sex with young girls, record it, and then keep the tapes in his gym bag. Before we move away from Daryl McDavid, you can rely on Lisa Van Allen's testimony. The state even said that in 2008 that Lisa Van Allen's statement had helped their case. You see, Lisa did receive her ID after that video shoot in 1998. Objection, evidence didn't show that, overruled. Okay. Then they began to talk about Brown's closing argument. Says that the evidence shows that Brown was a willing participant in this cover-up as well. They said that Brown was sent to spy on them when they went out of the country. That's why they didn't see him there. Border Control has him documented as crossing over the border. Just doing your job is not an excuse to break the law. Then they go over Wilson's testimony about Drea on that tape. We're coming back to that. What she ended up showing was actually Wilson's testimony saying that it was actually Drea on that tape. She didn't mean to show that. She didn't want to show that. So instead of even acknowledging that that's what she just showed the jury, that she misspoke or misstated what he said, she just moved it out the way and continued on. She goes, okay, turning to Mr. Kelly. Like she didn't just make that mistake. Turning to Mr. Kelly counts with Tracy. How would I said that to myself. How could she go right past that? The government didn't turn over the photos from the Black Expo. That is true. But they had the reports. In light of Tracy's complaint, she puts it up. She puts it up on the screen and then she removes it. So whatever she put up on the screen was something again she wasn't supposed to. And then Jennifer bust out and said, "Oh no, let's put it back up. Put it back up." So then she ignores Jennifer.
She was like, she was like, "Oh no, 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 no! Leave that up there." You
Yeah,
can leave
that
it
was
up.
so funny. She kept messing up. I don't know why she didn't go over this before. But she didn't mean to put that up at all. Let me see what she said. Jennifer says, "No, let's put it up." She said Tracy did talk about a threesome. And saying Tracy, and when they said that Tracy couldn't identify Jane, well, that wasn't her fault she couldn't identify him. That was all Kelly's doing. He was having so many threesomes with different participants. And then Jennifer Jennifer objects to that, and she says that even if Tracy said something about a threesome, she never said about anything about a threesome on tape. That was overruled as well. The government said Bonjean said something about not having cell phones. Statements from attorneys, just keep in mind, is not evidence. You cannot use what she said about them not having cell phones as evidence. The hypnotic issue, Tracy explained that Pauline explained that she began drinking at 14 and her preference was hypnotic. Look at the video and you will see her drinking what she said was alcohol. So right then, I actually had to say, hold on, we didn't see no videos of Pauline. So she mixed up the people that she was talking about, even in this closing argument, and I don't think she even realized that because it wasn't Pauline. There's no videos of Pauline. He used Jane to lure these women and have these threesomes. He used phones to arrange these threesomes. With respect to all three, they all took the stand and they told you about the abuse. Look at the pain that it caused each one of them. They had to experience this over and over again. Who wants to come to court and testify if something like this didn't happen? The government, I said the government's attorney, she's kind of fumbling, she's stopping, she's trying to get her notes in order. Now she's going over the Section 8 part. Do you think Jane would have put herself on this stand and went through all of this just for a Section 8? And then she pauses again for a short while. You don't have to find a doc that says R. Kelly falsified to find him guilty. Read the instructions for yourself. She pauses again because technically, I think you do have to find a document where he said to falsify or he falsified it to find him guilty of that. Bonjean talked about Kelly being sexually abused as a child. That's just a deflection, and it's no excuse for his repeated bad behavior. Bonjean objects and said that's not what she said. You have to consider who was at the center of this case. Jane was a child. And then she said some other stuff. Nia was a child. Tracy was a child. Paulina was a child. Find R. Kelly guilty of sexually abusing these girls and recording himself that you saw in videos 1, 2, 3, and 4. We've never seen video 4. The defendants are guilty. Hold them accountable. So at that time she finished, the judge began his instructions. That took about 35, 40 minutes. I'm not writing all that. And after that, they was dismissed. They had dismissed maybe 4 alternate jurors. And And now we're here, and we're waiting on that verdict. So what's up?
Girl, if you don't go get you a job doing, pause your, mute yourself.
Okay.
If you don't go get a job doing some, I don't know, court reporting, I
think I removed her. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did.
Come on, Dottie. Get it
I
together.
don't know what I did. I'm sorry. It's the Hennessy.
it's the Hennessy.
At least
Can
I
you hear
messed
me?
up my notes. I'm sorry, Tanya. Okay, let me
Can you hear me?
go. Hold on.
No, I was only saying you need to get a job doing something. Court reporting, I don't know what it is, but I think it's outstanding that you can take those type of notes for real. And everybody needs to hit the like button, hit her Cash App, because she has took us literally in the courtroom this entire month. So congratulations, Dottie. Good job.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I do. I sincerely appreciate that. But yeah, today it was crazy, and I really, really feel like everything that we talked about, everything that we discussed in the chat, the stuff that y'all said about the hypnotic, Jennifer went up in there like and hit on everything that we touched on yesterday. I promise you. It was a good day. I feel like the government, the last 57 minutes, I honestly think they would have been better off had they not done that 57 minutes, because the government gave them that reasonable doubt. When she said, okay, obviously tapes 2 and 3 was a big deal, and it was that threesome, right? When she said that Wilson did not testify that was Drea on that tape, and then turn around and showed the jury his statement that he did actually say it was Drea on that tape, and he knew it because he had met her 4 times previously, I think that's what they killed it. And let me see what else. It was something else that was
Dottie,
okay, I'm finna mute. Go ahead.
I think you forgot to mention when Jennifer said that Jane couldn't identify a photo of Tracy when they tried to ask her who this is, and she said, "I don't know who this is." And then when the government tried to rebut it, came back to rebut that statement, uh, the government the government said that she couldn't identify it because she was out here being a whore, having sex with all many types of women.
What I heard, what the part that I said was the Bonjean said that Tracy tried to say that she had a threesome with Jane, yet she couldn't identify Jane in the picture.
No, Jane couldn't identify her.
Jane couldn't identify her.
Right.
Okay. So she mixed that up, but that's how she said it. Like Tracy couldn't identify Jane, but yet she telling people she had a threesome with her.
Yeah, it was on the screen. Jane couldn't identify Tracy in a photo exhibit.
Yeah, I actually remember that. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You're gonna recognize somebody that you didn't have multiple threesomes with, right? And then she didn't lie when she said that Tracy tried to lie and misidentify herself when she said that was her in that video, and it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody, let me see.
So
the government caught them prostitutes first.
yeah, So if you can get restitution with being 17 and under, then what's the problem with keeping Tracy her age that she was, 17?
It sounds better.
The younger you are, the better you are.
It fits their narrative.
Mhm. If you get too many, okay. So look at it like this. If you get too many 17-year-olds on there to say, I was 17, I was 17, I was 17. Now, even though the federal government, their laws is different, you got to look at it like, okay, but in the state of Illinois, where this man resided his entire life, 17 has always been legal. So what they have to be able to convict him on was that he knew what the law was and he still broke that law. But if you say everybody's 17, then technically, he did know the law. He knew that it was 17. He didn't know that he was breaking a federal law. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
Jennifer answered that. Jennifer answered that
Yeah,
when
she
she
said,
said, "If you
You got-
recording it."
yeah, if you record, you cannot be under the age of 18 and be recording the acts. That's
Right.
why it's a federal.
And Tracy testified that he recorded her, but ain't no tape. Sort of like in New York when Geronda said he recorded her, but it wasn't on tape. Richard Arline testified he recorded him,
Mm-hmm.
and it wasn't no recording.
Well, ain't no recordings of the other 5 alleged minors either. 4. How
Right.
y'all think Jennifer did?
Amazing. She hit everything on the head per count, like we were talking about last night.
I got a message from the people that sat behind Robert in court. They said that he was crying. If you guys want to know of any emotions he had today, he did cry. I don't know at which
I didn't
part.
see him cry.
Yeah, they said, that's what I seen before when I knew he was crying because them shoulders started jumping. Jennifer came and rubbed his back. So that's what they can see from the other side because they can see his back. And they said it was jumping up like if somebody was crying.
I was looking dead at him. I didn't see him cry. Like, I was looking in
Do
his
you
face.
remember when for that period of time he had his head completely down? And you couldn't even see him? You couldn't look across and see him? His head was all the way down?
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, I remember that. That's when Jennifer was rubbing his back. Him and Daryl McDavid also shook hands when it was over with. Once the jury was dismissed, they shook hands. I'm trying to think of something else that happened in the courtroom to give you guys an idea of what it was like. Today, for some reason, I don't know, Lolo, but to you, did that courtroom just feel a little bit darker?
I wouldn't
Like
say
the
darker,
lighting,
but
it was the lighting or something was off in the courtroom today.
I wouldn't say darker, but it was sure enough colder.
It was.
My leg, it was so cold today. My legs was cold. My feet was cold.
Maybe because I be writing, I ain't get that cold today. AR said, did Tracy say her attorney told her to lie on the settlement papers? I wasn't there for that testimony. Lolo, do you know?
Tracy said that Susan Largus told her to lie on the papers to say that she was 17 instead of 16.
Someone said, what DVD was shown to the jurors? I think 1, 2, and 3. It was the log cabin, the bedroom, and the one with the checkered floor.
And you can nowadays get green screens and have the bedroom and a checkered floor anywhere you want it. Like, I could have a green screen right here, and I could be in that checker floor room if I
Yeah,
wanted to.
and yeah, and we want to believe that he was crying because he's happy somebody's finally saving him. That's what we're gonna think of it as.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's exactly what it was. It's like finally I'm being vindicated, like my voice, because this is what he's been saying for the longest. On my way home, y'all, I watched the interview that he had did on BET, and I watched that interview and where he was saying, I've been being extorted for so long before the trial, during the trial, and after the trial. He said he had so many lawsuits, and he said if I told you about these lawsuits, you wouldn't even believe the people that come after him for the things they coming after him. So he was actually saying everything that they're saying in court back then. I wish that interview could have been shown too.
Oh, and Jennifer said she pointed out that there was lawsuits that he didn't even know about that got settled.
Tears of joy. Finally, somebody's making me seem like I'm a human being.
Yeah, he was doing a lot more than like in the beginning. He come in and said, well, when he was leaving out, he was actually waving. You know, he waved goodbye. I know yesterday I sat on the other side, and when he was leaving out, he waved by to everybody that was on that side of the courtroom. That's something different. So I would say, and then I forgot to tell you guys yesterday, he did motion like this, doing that. So I think
He
he's
did that
telling
again
us
today.
keep praying. He did it today. Put his
Yeah.
hands together and did like that, like keep praying. Just keep praying. Actually, he do get emotional. He does. So I know, for a fact, I can say that Nia, that's out of there. Ain't nothing happening with that. Um, I don't think that they proved beyond a reasonable doubt about June Brown. Again, I don't even know why he was there. They literally said, even though no one ever tested, okay, for one, they said regarding June Brown that Rob sent him there to spy on the family and to make sure that they didn't leave. Yet, records show if he went on those trips, he went a week before them and left before them. So they have documentation that he would have left February the 21st. Jane would have left February the 23rd. The parents would have left February the 25th. If his one and only job is to be there to make sure they didn't leave, why the hell would he leave before them? Now, how much sense would that make? And the trial started in May. It went into what? June? It was 4 weeks? 5 weeks?
3.
Why would he send them away for only a week or two? Why wouldn't he keep them gone the entire time the trial was going on? I'm sure at that time he can afford to keep them away for at least a month or so.
But this is supposed to have happened in 2002 when the tape first surfaced.
But I'm just saying, why keep them away for so long? And then why not send them away in 2008 when the trial finally started?
Because it never happened.
I mean, exactly what they said, that they asked him to go away so that they can get away from everything that's happening. Wouldn't it make more sense that they actually did say that this was something back then that Sparkle was stirring up, especially since they got on the stand now and said that this is something that Sparkle started? Since that's still what they're saying, wouldn't it make more sense for them to say, you know what? Especially if they're not going to testify against him or whatever, wouldn't it make more sense to say, you know what, can you pay for us to get out of here because we tired of the media and stuff? How many times did Jane say that she had to change her phone number? That would just make more sense to me. and then sent him away in 2002, but not when the trial actually started.
Right.
And remember, Daryl McDavid testified that Jensen and them said that they did not want to put. She was available to them, but they did not. I mean, what was the point of hiding her? If she was telling everybody else that wasn't her on the tape, why not just have her go on the stand and say the same thing? What was the point of keeping her away? If she was lying, she was lying. She was going to get on the stand and lie. She already lied to the grand jury. So what's the difference? He said the only reason she didn't get on the stand is because he didn't want to put her through all of that. He didn't want the prosecutors doing all this questioning, and he wanted it to be over with. And plus, he felt that they had already won the case. Don't that make more sense?
Sam Adams Jr. said the same thing too.
Charlotte said they removed the juror because she was having a panic attack. Yeah, she said she couldn't go on for one more minute. But that's why they have alternate jurors in there listening as well. So she was just easily replaced with the another juror. I'm just thinking like,
There's no way that they can't see everything that we see.
No, I honestly, I think that they will. And the way Jennifer had broke down, because I didn't even know that they have to prove that he intentionally was trying to create child pornography in order to convict him on one of those charges. They can't say if he thought he was just making a sex tape, that's different than actually intentionally creating child pornography. And she hit it on the head when she said, "We cannot believe Lisa Van Allen or Chuck." So as far as we know, well, they shut down that theory that he actually went to Georgia and got that tape. They shut that down because he said he got the address from Lisa. He said he got the address from Daryl McDavid. He said he got the address from Jack. He said Jack gave him the address. So at this point, we can't even prove that he was ever in Georgia. So Bonjean hit it on the head when she said, you cannot even say that tape actually crossed any state lines. So how are you charging him with this? Tape 4 is something else that they just testified to, but they never were able to show the tape. Do you recall any of the judge's the judge instructions is pretty much the same thing. How they just a breakdown of the charges. It's just a breakdown on what like conspiracy, the definition of conspiracy, and all that it entails. In order for them to convict him. So he just broke down how the government would have had to prove, if conspiracy mean that he had to prove that she was under the age of 18. They have to prove that Rob knew that she was under the age of 18, and they have to prove that he still intentionally wanted to create child pornography. If they didn't prove all three of those things, and then I'm just speaking hypothetically just to sum up what the instructions was. If they didn't prove all three of these things, then you can't find him guilty on any of them. You have to be able to find him guilty on all three to find him guilty on that particular count. So that's what the judge was going over with the jury.
And that he intentionally was trying to put the tape out there.
Yeah, and that's why Jennifer Bonjean said he wasn't intentionally putting tapes out there. They were stolen from him. That's the whole reason for the extortion and for them getting paid to get the tapes back. So if he was trying to put it out there, why is he paying to get them back?
Use your common sense.
You said that over and over again. Use your common sense.
He said somebody can put some on social media and it'll spread like wildfire.
And it's crazy because the government told people to use their common sense during their closing argument.
And they ain't even using their own common sense. This is what happens when you rush to judgment to try to
I just
get.
and I just think it's so crazy. Like that picture that proved that he wasn't at that Black Expo in 1999. Why would they keep that picture from them? They knew. We all know if we were on them calls with the hearings when Jennifer first came aboard and she was telling the judge when she was trying to get it extra time, she was saying that there's thousands and thousands of paperwork that she had to go over. So they intentionally only gave her reports, just hoping and praying that she will overlook something, which she did, and not give her that picture to prove or to set up her defense for her client. It's a setup. It's a messed up setup.
And Jennifer made them.
On top of that, will let these people get on this stand and really lie, knowing that that expo did not happen. Something that simple as lying about when an event occurred. I feel like with me, if you lie about little shit, you'll lie about big shit.
And this is the government.
You lie about one little thing like that, you'll lie about everything.
Dottie?
What, am I saying too much?
No. I'm worried about this government. I'm worried about the city of Chicago, state of Illinois. I'm going to move to Canada. I'm going to Toronto,
Man.
where I feel I'll be appreciated.
Man, Tupac said it best. We ain't meant to survive. It's a setup. You gotta keep quoting that. We're not meant to survive. Let me say, you think that the government had enough time to try to make their lies sound believable? You would think, you would think, right? So your problem is, their lies probably did sound, what do we say, believable? But when you being cross-examined, and then they start digging, then that's where the problem come in at. Because you never know what the defense is going to ask, or if it's the defense, you never know what the government is going to come back and ask. Tanya, if you want to say something, I'm going to go ahead and mute because I know I got to mute my phone.
I missed some of it because I was still at work, but what picture exactly are you talking about? Because I missed that part. I'm sorry if you have to repeat it. What photo are you talking about?
The photo is, remember I tried to show that photo with Rob signing autographs at the Black Expo in 2000?
Mm-hmm.
It was that picture. That's the day that Tracy met R. Kelly. But she was trying to say she met him in 1999 at the Black Expo. But he didn't attend that one. Public announcement did.
So she met somebody from public announcement, not Rob.
No, she didn't meet nobody because she wasn't even there in 1999.
She wasn't there. Okay.
Right.
Okay, got it. Well, I think Jennifer did an outstanding job. I still say we were confident in New York and we didn't get a good result, but I'm not worried about this. For some reason my spirit is saying, okay, he got this one. So let's just all keep praying.
That's the picture right there.
That's the picture right here.
But on that board, right there next to him, it says the 8th annual Black Women's Expo. And 8th annual Black Women's Expo was in 2000.
Line whore.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
So this picture proves that R. Kelly was not at the Black Expo in 1999, like they said. He was there in 2000 and 2000 only. There you go. That's the picture the government kept from Jennifer.
Okay, that's the picture. Okay. Wow. Mm-mm-mm.
I see a not guilty verdict on all charges coming through. If I don't see a not guilty verdict on all charges coming through, I see a hung jury for sure. And if it's a hung jury, this government ain't gonna want to go through all of this again with these same accusers, same witnesses, getting caught up in more lies because they new testimony ain't gonna line up with this testimony.
I wonder if some of them will be charged for.
No, no.
No, I'm saying those. Well, I know Bonjean spoke of it. Probably nothing will happen to them, but they got all these immunities, and it don't. It's not gonna pan out the way they think it is, and it's just crazy. So we don't think anything will happen to them, huh?
No, because they lied to fit the government narrative.
No, you know who I'm worried about? I'm worried about Keith. Now, if something happened to somebody, it might happen to him because he got on there and just straight told the whole truth. And even
But
Jennifer said
his
he was
truth,
probably he was the most reliable, credible witness.
his truth is what he told the grand jury and the investigators agents. So he got on the stand saying what he had told them already.
He was the only one whose grand jury statement can match what he said in that on that stand. And when Lisa Van Allen tried to trick him into saying something about Daryl McDavid so that she could secure her place on Surviving R. Kelly, he told her, "I don't want no parts in this. I'm not with this. I'm not doing it." And they show all the text messages of that. That's crazy. And then she gets caught up by trying to say that Keith was actually there and seen her crying. Yet she turns around and say that Daryl McDavid didn't threaten her to the third time she went to Chicago, but Keith wasn't there when she went to Chicago that third time. So how was he able to see you crying? So that whole thing about her running to the car and Brown asking her what's wrong, and she told Brown, but she wouldn't tell her friend Keith what was wrong with her. That was all a lie. So even that right there even helped Milton Brown, because that means he probably, just like they said, like he do in the courtroom, just sit there and not say nothing. He did his job. He drove them to wherever he had to drive them to, dropped them off, picked them up, and that was it. So that means he probably didn't even ask nothing about. He had no knowledge of what she wasn't crying because of that anyway. But that Keith helped her. Keith helped Milton Brown in that situation too.
But even if she would have cried and said, "Well, I didn't get all my money," what is it to him if she didn't get all her money, or if she got all her money? I don't understand.
It really don't make sense. Like, just because if she would have said that, like, I get what you said, that don't mean he knew what it was for.
Right.
I don't know. I guess we gotta wait till the movie come out to figure out the purpose of all of this.
It's gonna be a movie.
It's a movie coming out now,
It's
right?
gonna be a movie.
We gonna all watch it together. We gonna do a what you call that?
Hell, they need your notes to make it.
We gonna do a private viewing of it and sit there and watch it.
But I think when the movie come out,
the whole purpose.
When the movie come out, I think Rob's gonna be the executive producer of it.
Yeah, he
gonna write the soundtrack, everything.
Yep.
And you know what's gonna blow people's mind is that man 3 years and he didn't fold not one time. He's still in there standing strong, and he gonna come out and say how I beat the government.
And then and did not tell on nobody.
He didn't speak a word, not a word.
Chicago or New York.
You better watch out, because knowing Lisa Van Allen, she probably gonna try to get a part in that movie.
Lisa Van Allen needs to sit her whorish ass down somewhere.
She gonna try to get a part. Who you want to play, Lolo?
Me?
Yeah, let me stop while we start stuff. Let me stop. That'd be interesting though. But yeah, I hope they say he like to do stage plays and all that type of stuff. So let's see how.
And look at Lola over there trying to figure out what part he's gonna play.
He's right. He's still thinking too. Damn, who would I want to play?
Just based off of the
No, that's
character.
what we said. It's gonna be produced by R. Kelly. He gonna come out and write his own movie about how he beat the government.
Just based off of the character.
Yeah, Lolo, they said you're gonna be Showtime.
I'll be Freeman. Yeah.
You want to be who? Freeman?
Freeman.
Really? You gonna
Yeah.
sit on the stand like, yeah.
Are you laughing?
Coming there,
Yes.
coming there with your
I'm laughing.
super slick pimp suit on.
He was like, I got you, nigga.
And he had the stunner shades on too. Walked up there like he was a superstar.
Listen, my mama
All
used to
blue
say,
suit.
my mama used to say,
Stunner
ain't nothing but a nickel slick ass nigga. That's exactly what he was.
Didn't Rob laugh at him?
I don't know.
I don't know.
He wasn't really looking at Rob. He was doing that shit to Gerald McDavid.
Doing this to
It seemed like real shit. He got on that stand to, I don't know what beef these people had with Gerald McDavid, but they got on that motherfucker to try to hurt him. Excuse my language, y'all. They got on that stand to really try to throw Gerald McDavid under the bus. For a minute, you would think that it was a trial that was really against him, and Rob was brought into it. Because they was coming for him hard.
Because he was a white boy that held the bag.
Yeah. Huh?
I forgot when Daryl McDavid was doing cross-examination, the government said, Judge, can you please tell the defense attorneys not to be telling Daryl the answers? They shaking their head no and yes to give him the answers. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, if they were, wasn't y'all telling these women when to cry, giving them dugout signals? Like,
they did that because in the beginning, remember, that's what the defense told their witnesses. Why y'all keep looking over at that table? Is y'all answers over there at that table?
They were.
At that table, y'all keep looking at.
That's what Jennifer said too.
Funny.
Were they giving them signals when to cry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Homeland Security lady.
Jennifer and I was like, why y'all keep looking over there at that table? Is y'all answers? It was Lisa.
Yeah.
Is your answers over there at that table? Hold on, let me say.
You know she was giving her dugout signals to cry because Lisa one time cried and it wasn't on cue. She started crying when Daryl McDavid lawyer said something about about her grand jury testimony. He was just saying, so when you had your grand jury testimony, she just started crying. Like, what is you crying for? Your grand jury testimony?
They did say that. That was funny. She cried. She said, because you keep saying that I had sex with a minor.
You did, according to you.
Oh, I mean, that's
now you're saying you was actually 18 doing it. That's probably why she was saying she was 17.
But then they caught her up because they said Well, you're technically 4 years older than her, but you're saying that she was 14. You're saying that you thought that she was 16. But if you thought that she was 16 and
It's
you
gonna make
knew
you
that you
20.
was 4 years older than her, why are you still saying that you 18? You would have had to been 20.
Right.
She was like, duh.
She was like, I'm sorry, but you keep moving the timeline. No, you
Yeah,
keep
you
moving the
keep
time.
switching it up. You keep switching it up.
Yeah.
But Jennifer killed me today when she said Pauline got on that stand and instantly tried to fight her.
Yeah.
Like
You said you
I'm
was
so
in
mad I missed that.
you said you was in the log cabin. No, I was in the pine room. And she said the log cabin had fur instead of wood.
What?
She said the Colorado room had fur all around instead of wood.
Oh my god. I missed
That
it.
heifer ain't been in now one of them rooms. They told her what to say.
I'm sorry.
Like,
I'm
and the
sorry.
government
That's
is
just
cool with
funny.
this. They don't validate this stuff.
That's just too funny, you guys. That's funny. I'm sorry. It's not funny because at the end of the day, he spent 3 years in jail behind this shit. So it's not funny. It's sad. It's really sad because I'm not trying to make this a white or black thing, but I am. Ain't no white woman gonna sit on no stand and throw no white man under the no white woman gonna sit on no stand and do that. to no
Somebody
white
just
man.
did, Dottie.
But I'm like but all of these people. Who?
The girl that got sued, countersued. What's his name? Kemp. What's his name?
See, you don't even know his name.
Johnny
Go ahead.
Kemp or not Johnny Kemp?
You talking about his ex-wife? That's different.
Johnny Depp?
Yeah,
That's
him.
different. That's different. That's different. That would have to be a case where Drea and Rob was going through this stuff, but that's not the case. I mean, to go get no, it's fine. Thank you. That's totally different. I mean,
Where's
it's not
Miss Ass Shaker at lately?
She was just bitter.
But where Miss Ass Shaker at lately?
Who is that? Oh, you talking about that one?
Miss
I
Ass
don't know.
Shaker. We ain't seen her popping up.
I don't know. Stuff's starting to get dry.
Mm.
Let me see. What else can we discuss before we get off this line?
Dottie, so when the verdict comes in, how long will it take you to get there?
Oh, I'm already be there. We somebody mute their phone. So we all came to agreement, everybody that was there, all the supporters. We're meeting at the courthouse tomorrow. We all gonna have lunch together, and we're gonna stay at the courthouse until 5 o'clock. That's when the jury stops deliberating and they go home for the night. We're gonna stay there until a verdict is reached. If they don't reach it by 5 o'clock, we go home. We come back the next day. Am I right, Lolo?
Correct.
And y'all ain't gonna have to wait till I get home. I'm gonna go live from outside of the building to let y'all know everything that's going on. I'm gonna go live tomorrow, keep y'all updated while we there. All of that.
And this time
If you come tomorrow, just look for me. We'll be probably in the cafeteria. Or we going out to eat, right? We're gonna eat somewhere else? Okay.
Yeah.
So send me a message.
It's a group
The more
of
the
us.
merrier. The more the merrier.
All get together and go out to eat.
Yeah. And we're gonna celebrate.
We gotta have this victory party. When is we gonna have
Everybody meet in Chicago. Everybody meet in Chicago for the victory party.
Mm-hmm. Who wanna be in charge of putting that together?
Not I said the red debt.
You.
Who? I don't even live here. So what you talking about?
You live here, Daddy Lolo.
You live here. I don't live here.
You live there.
Oh yeah, and that go back to whoever was on the live yesterday. What I say? I said that verdict was gonna be probably Thursday, right?
Right.
So we pushing for Thursday. I won. I should have bet you some money.
How? It ain't came out.
I feel it in my bones.
I said, but I also said the earliest Thursday, the latest Friday. I never said it wasn't gonna come out Thursday.
That's 'cause
I
you
just
ain't wanna
didn't
owe
think
me
that it
no
was gonna
money.
come out on Wednesday.
It
or
ain't gonna come
Tuesday.
out on Wednesday. They're gonna announce it Thursday morning.
Thursday morning.
I think Thursday morning still. Okay, so what happened was when we got out of court, we got out at 1:00. I talked to a lady that actually works in the courtroom that the trial was in. And I asked her, what are your thoughts? Do you really think? No. I'm just saying, how long will it take a jury to deliberate? What's wrong?
Don't want to throw nobody under no bus, man.
I didn't say
Stop
who.
being a snitch.
I didn't say who. That was you yesterday, sir. Anyway, being that at 1:00, the jury had not ate. They had to go to lunch. They stopped deliberating by 5. So that would have only gave them, 3 hours? So I'm guessing tomorrow they're going to really, really talk about it. And either by tomorrow before 5:00 or Thursday. Those are my thoughts. Lolo said Friday. Tanya, you said Friday too.
Yeah, I said Friday.
Okay, I'm gonna roll with Friday. Just to be different.
Well, this you should have said Saturday.
You ain't different because I said Friday.
Ain't no court Saturday.
You should have said Saturday.
Ain't no court Saturday. They don't
Mimi
come in
said
on no
tomorrow
Saturday.
afternoon.
Huh?
Mimi said tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. I you know what? If it come back tomorrow afternoon, I'm gonna just start having flashbacks to New York.
Because this is all totally different.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. And the lawyer actually went through each charge and showed how to not vote him. Showed them how to vote him not guilty for each charge.
Listen, I'm telling y'all, if anything, if there was some type of doubt or something that they was confused on, I'm telling y'all that last 57 minutes that the government did, it probably cleared up a lot of stuff from them, because it just showed that they was being a little bit shady, the way they was putting stuff up there and then taking it back, or suggesting things and then saying that they have evidence to what they were suggesting, and then they didn't have the evidence that they presented said something totally different, but they just removed it. So they was being kind of shady.
And I like how Jennifer took the video 2 and 3 off of Rashana's testimony and solely put it on Freeman's testimony.
Yeah.
Like, if you think that these videos is true and authentic, then that means you got to believe that Freeman's credible.
And let's not forget, they have to look at that expert witness from the 2008 trial that testified that tape was a fake.
Tape 1.
Exactly what Damon Pryor's testimony to those attorneys had said. Lisa confessed to him that was a tape. Chuck and Keith was looking for someone that looked like Rob to play that tape. And that's exactly what Rob been saying since the beginning.
And Mose kept on moving. Pixels was off.
They said that tape
And this the tape that everybody clown him for, and the tape is fake.
So then they say, you got to look at it like, okay, so if these tapes is fake, why would this young lady get on this stand and say that that was her in those tapes? Well, let's see. If Rob had been taking care of her, you know, they answer her phone calls and whatever, they was cool, they was friends. And then all of a sudden, all of this stuff come back out. He gets arrested, and now he's no longer accessible to you. And in her text messages, she's saying, if you don't respond to me, then I'm just going to have to do what I got to do. That would be a reason for her to want to side with the government and do whatever they tell her that she needed to do, because
Big
he's no longer
mad.
taking care of me. So now I'm going to live off y'all.
Well, mute your phone. Wasn't it something that said one time before that she sent him a message and said, reminding him of who she was and he needed to help her with her rent payment, something to that nature?
Yep. Remember who the fuck I am.
If she getting all of this to testify, damn, federal government committing obstruction of justice.
And in my notes, Jennifer did go a little bit more in depth about the Section 8. She told the jury how, if they're not familiar with it, how you have some families that's on that list waiting for this housing help. They waiting for years and years to get some assistance from the federal government with help. You have homeless people out here still on that list. And she stressed
the black jurors know.
Yeah. And
black jurors know about the Section 8.
They giving away this voucher to people that for their testimony. She talked a lot about how that Section 8 worked. And only thing she didn't say is that for the rest of her life, she could take that Section 8 wherever she want to take it and pass it down to her child later on in life if she want to.
But she said it during cross-examination.
She did? She mentioned it?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know she mentioned how long families normally wait on the list for something like this if they're not familiar with it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dee. Thank you. I'm sorry I keep y'all waiting. I just try to get other bloggers a chance to, because it don't make sense for us to all go on at once.
And with Section 8, it ain't like you get an apartment. You can actually choose a mini mansion and get a Section 8 voucher for it.
Yeah. Wow. I learned so much. You
can get a condo with a Section 8 voucher.
I learned a lot. Going to being in the New York trial and being in this Illinois trial. I learned a lot. That say what you mean what you say.
And she get free trips.
She get free shrimp.
No, free trips.
Oh yeah, she went to Florida. Where else she go? They paid for her to go to Florida.
That's why Azriel taking all these trips to Dubai. Who you think is paying for
it? Yeah, the government sent her on vacation, her and her cousin. Or somebody, right?
They sent Azriel to Dubai?
No, they did not. They sent her to Dubai?
Connect the dots. Allegedly. If they didn't send her to Dubai, hell, they make up stories. Why can't I?
You stupid. They make up stories. Okay, what else? Who else do we want to talk about before we get off here? Who else had a
Where'd Brittany go? Where'd Brittany go? Where did Brittany go?
Brittany, did you hear what I said? what Bonji said about Brittany. She said, hold on, I gotta go back to that. That was funny.
Where is Brittany? Who is Brittany?
She
Do
said,
you even
"Who
know?
Brittany? Who
We don't know.
the hell is she? Who is Brittany? We don't even know who she is. The government wants you to convict him on somebody that you ain't even seen or heard from. That's crazy.
And then
And,
they
show
just
her-
and she
okay,
said that
they
is
did show her picture though. Lolo, they did show her picture. You can't deny that.
but
They
we ain't
showed
hear
her
nothing
picture.
from her.
So, huh?
We ain't hear nothing from her.
I know, but they showed her picture.
didn't they say Pauline and Jane's testimony was enough for Brittany?
Yeah.
Yep, that was it. We ain't had to see her because they showed her picture. That was enough. We
Get
know
the
what she
fuck
looked
out
like.
of here.
And she's still alive. You know what I wonder? I wonder what is Greg's testimony. What would have been his testimony if he still would have been alive?
You know what I wonder? I wonder why they didn't even try to give the jury the benefit of the doubt of knowing why Brittany did not come to court and testify. But they still included her in this case.
Right.
Why
I
she
wonder
didn't
why
come,
they didn't
y'all?
do that.
Let's remind the people why she didn't come.
We don't know. It ain't because she was doing the leg shaking video, because that wasn't her that was doing the leg shaking video.
Brittany say you ain't finna get me tied up in this bullshit.
Yeah, that wasn't her.
So now I would like to know that. I'm sorry.
And
I want
and
that to
that
be in
and
the
that
movie.
Brittany is actually younger than Rashana.
Tennille, no, that wasn't her on that TikTok. The Brittany they were referring to is a dark skinned lady. So that wasn't her.
It was a dark skinned cross-eyed lady.
Stop.
It was.
Stop. We're not gonna be mean because Brittany did not show up.
I'm talking about on the picture.
I know.
What you say on the picture, Lolo? She look like?
Hey, then you gonna make her repeat it.
I ain't hear.
Nothing.
Oh, you can tell her. You can tell her. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It was a dark skinned cross-eyed lady on the picture.
She was cockeyed it.
Yes.
Rob ain't slept with her.
Not to make fun of people that's cockeyed.
Y'all ain't right.
Because I'm not making fun of people that's cockeyed. But
Rob ain't slept with
I'm
that
just
girl.
saying that's how far off it was from the Brittany that everybody thinking it was.
Yeah, it was way different.
But do we know that her name is Brittany? That's not a picture they found online.
They said that as a pseudonym name for this Brittany.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's not even her real name.
So she don't want no check, huh?
No.
If he get found guilty, which he won't, but if he do, I'm sure she'll probably show up like
the Bush lady with the beard mustache.
Like Lizette did in New York. She didn't show up for the trial, but she showed up for the sentencing.
Oh, whatever. We have to make humor on this right about now.
You do got a lot to keep. I ain't gonna cry. I'm not. Ever since I walked in this house, I haven't felt nothing but joy and like peace. I just been in here, and I was telling my niece, I said, I'm in here turning up like we done already got the verdict. So I don't feel like there's no. I just don't think there's
either.
I feel too good. Like it's time. We need to celebrate.
But that Hennessy helping a little bit, ain't it?
It's the Hennessy too. But I got strawberries. Y'all see this? My niece made this. It's strawberry. I ain't never seen Hennessy like this.
Lolo,
as long as I don't taste the alcohol, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I hate the taste of alcohol. Let's see. So, okay. Spitting Fire said, show support if y'all go to show people support Robert. If we go to the, you talk about tomorrow, Spitting Fire? Big Marshall said, like Rob said, share my love.
I just want to share my love.
I just wish they was like this morning, they was discussing like, yeah, let's just rush them and just everybody just hug them all at once. We just gonna take one for the team and just give them a big hug. I just wish that was possible. That was funny, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like we just gonna all just run up there and just give them a big hug.
All y'all black ass trying to go to jail.
We all gonna go to jail.
Uncle Will was like, y'all just gonna go to jail, huh? I'm like,
Federally.
well, how much time can we really get? In a contempt of court?
Okay, she said drop the link. Hold on.
Contempt of court, whatever. How long do people be in contempt of court?
Maybe 24 hours.
Somebody else coming in?
Spitting Fire. Because I asked her how what does she mean by show support? What she talking about tomorrow?
Hey everybody.
Hey.
How y'all doing? Hey Dottie. Did you get my
Hey, how are you?
You got my message? I just sent you. You got something I sent you?
Let me see.
Make sure I sent it to the right people. I can't see.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make sure you got it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everybody.
Yeah. I just want people to show, if y'all gonna go up there just to show that y'all support him. Just to show that y'all like support him, just to show it's people supporting him. You know, ain't nothing they can do now. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all gonna be there all day, show support. I don't care what it is. Show support, because like Sylvia said what they did today, how they were kicking people out the courthouse and the court, you know, stuff like that in the rooms and all that kind of stuff. And that was kind of bogus or whatever. So I wish we would have had the wheels on billboards. I mean, we wouldn't have to say like free R. Kelly, but we could have said something, you know, moderate to show that we support him. You know, I wish we would have really did that, but you know, it is what it is. But y'all can still show support. Like if y'all wear his picture or whatever, I don't know. Just show some type of support or whatever, and let it be known y'all support him. Because just in case the jury is breaking for lunch as they deliberate and they see right to y'all, they see, oh, they're a supporter. You know what I mean? Even if you don't know who they are.
Yeah. Hey, Spitting Fire, keep in mind, I was the first person that got kicked out.
I know. Bad, but no, just joking.
but I got kicked out because Jennifer was playing the Home Alone video to show Lisa that she was in the Home Alone video, right? And she was playing the I Wish video to show Lisa that she was in the I Wish video braiding his hair. And while she was playing it, I was bobbing my head.
Like, unconsciously. Yeah. You didn't even know you was doing it. You was right. Like...
and Batman Marshall came over and said that I gotta go because I could be affecting the jurors. But prior to that same day, he was next to the jurors talking to another marshal saying, it's getting kind of light in here. Look like they're giving up on him.
You know what I'm saying? He oh my gosh.
But ever since that day I was doing that, he been on it with everybody.
He been on it. Oh my God. And see, they shouldn't even have no God. They shouldn't even have no thought. You know what I mean? Like one way or the other. They shouldn't even care.
But wait a minute. He said it seemed like they're giving up on him?
Yeah. So he said that in front of the jury. I wish you would have told Bonjean that. I wish you would have told Bonjean that. I wish you would have said something to her. Like he said something, so that way she could address the court. Everything should be put on a record. That's what it's all about. Because she's not just fighting his case currently. She's fighting for an appeal if she have to do that as well. So, I think
Wow. For him to say that?
that was kind of. This been a long journey, hadn't it, Daddy Lolo?
Yes, it has.
Yes, it has. This been a long journey. This is going to be the one this is the one that really counts. I really believe. I believe it counts to where it can help his appeal. You know what I'm saying? Or in the state case or whatever. I hope that I pray they find this man not guilty. I really do. I really do.
It's been a long journey, but if it means his freedom at the end of it, so be it.
It would be well worth it. You right. Hello, everyone in the chat. Hello.
Hello. What I want to say is, what do you really? Okay, you was in New York too, Dottie. What is your take, and how do you feel comparing last year around this time to this year? I mean, what is the feeling like? What is the vibe, the atmosphere like? What is the difference?
The difference is the team that he had. To be completely honest, it's the team that he had. You can look at Jennifer and see he has an attorney that's not just about money, but I wanted to say to her daughter, because her daughter was sitting next to me, she very nurturing towards him, rubbing his back, things like I'm noticing stuff. She cares, is what I want to say. It's personal for her. In New York, it was more of, to me, it was a competition between the attorneys. Who's gonna be the rock star of this?
Okay.
It was so many things that they dropped the ball on. Just the opening statements alone.
Okay.
Not calling the witnesses that they should have called. Them not having access to it was so rushed too. On top of that, I don't think that they was really prepared for that trial.
Okay.
And then to add to that, I would also say, speaking of the actual inside the courtroom, in New York, the jurors couldn't see that he had family there, fan supporters there, still holding on to him, praying for him, whatever, but it was just them, the lawyers, him, and the judge in New York in the courtroom. Now it's everybody; they can see it all. We see the jurors see us. They see the love and that he still got people out there for him and all of that. They see that. And I think that will help out a lot.
Okay.
And then what else is different? I don't know if this has a real meaning or not, but the media is not out there like they was in New York. Camped out there waiting to report the negative stuff. I mean, they may still be reporting it, but you don't see them out there like that. They not stopping everybody, asking questions, and they're not doing any of that. So I honestly believe that a lot of people here feel like this trial is bullshit.
Okay.
And when Sylvia had her incident, when everything happened with her, she said one of the officers said, like, "Oh, R. Kelly's on trial again?" Like, for real? They didn't even know that this man was locked up out there. It's just, it's a big difference, even with the judge.
Yeah.
That's the difference, I don't know. I just feel like it's just fair. Even though we probably shouldn't be here today, this stuff shouldn't even been brought this far, shouldn't have went this far. At the end of the day, I think he's just getting a fair trial here.
Now, Dottie, I got a question. if you think it's so fair, which I do too in a way. For the sake of argument, hypothetically speaking, if he's found guilty, when the Rule 2933 motion come around for the judge to rule on it, after the guilty verdict, if there is a guilty verdict, which I don't think it will be, but if it is, do you think he will overturn the conviction or send it to an appeal?
I think he gonna send it to an appeal. Yeah, I don't think he gonna overturn it because it's too many things that he said he gonna leave to the jury to decide, and I'm basing that off of other cases that's being held in his courtroom, not just Rob's, but that he like, okay, I'm gonna let this person deal with that and decide on that. But I think he'll turn it over to the appeals because all of Jennifer's motions that he's denied, like for a mistrial, he's told her what he's willing to do is to put all of that information into the jury's instructions, into the things that they read, and let them see what she had to say so that they can take that into consideration too. And if the jury still sees that he should be found guilty, I think he's gonna say it is and leave it at that and just take it to an appeal.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's better than what Donnelly did. She wouldn't allow nothing. He didn't even have a defense.
Oh, he letting them go at it. They in there able to get out everything that they need to say. He even at a point, didn't he, Lolo? He had to say, "Hold on, y'all, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Now we gotta have some type of
Order in here.
order in this courtroom. We can't be talking over each other. I let it go long enough." So yeah, he's doing stuff like that. He really hearing them out.
Okay.
Jennifer gave somebody a girl, please. I forgot who it was.
Pauline.
Oh yeah, okay. It was Pauline.
What happened?
I
my
forgot.
favorite one. Oh, ghetto Pauline. What happened?
I forgot what Pauline said, and Jennifer said.
No, she said like
she's
you
like,
do. Something like that. Like like oral sex. She's like, I'm quite sure you know.
Yeah,
something
something like that.
And she said, "Girl, please."
No, she said because they was going back and forth throughout the whole questioning.
Right.
But something she said, she was like, "Girl, please."
Corey, that's not true. All the defense motions have not been denied by this judge, especially not at this trial. He's granted some a lot of their motions and stuff that they brought up that you may not even know about unless you was actually in that courtroom. Because a lot of the stuff they don't even put on the paper. Am I right, Lolo? They'll come into court and they'll address certain things rather than putting it into actual motion.
Right.
And certain things y'all not even getting
old school.
Yeah, y'all not even getting some of the motions until after he done already ruled on them. So there's a lot of motions that he did grant for the defense. I think once we got closer pressed to time, that's when he started saying, you know what, no. But he wasn't just denying at that time. He wasn't just denying the defense. He was denying the government too. Like they wanted to bring Barry Hankerson at the last minute. He was no because of the time and stuff. So
he said if you can get him in within the next hour.
Yeah, he was being fair. He was definitely he was being fair.
But if you can't get him in the next hour, then we're gonna close this thing off and have closing arguments
within the next hour.
Yeah,
there ain't no way to hell. He probably ain't even in the state. He ain't even in the state, y'all. They was like, "Well, forget it, then."
Yeah, that's how it went.
Like,
and Jennifer was like, the government just want to bring him in just so that they can bring in Aaliyah into this whole equation, and she's been banned from it.
That she should have been banned from it in New York.
Yeah, and that judge said, "There's absolutely no way I'm gonna allow y'all to talk about her in this courtroom." This is exactly what he said. It's absolutely not happening.
Well, this judge got more sense than Didi. Didi just on some crazy stuff.
She had a motive.
Well, she was the one that got awards from one of those sex crimes organizations. So Joyful Heart. So if you personally, I feel like if you are a person that got an award for one of those type of organizations like Joyful Heart or RAIN or any national sex crime line or anything like that, you shouldn't be presiding over those type of cases because you have an image to uphold. You know what I mean? Like, she not gonna come in there and be fair now because you got an award for sexual assault. Now ain't nobody gonna give you those awards if you know what I mean? That's how that goes. So
She's biased.
she's
Yeah.
really biased. And I think that in the appeal, I will pray and hope that Bonjean will bring that up. You know, this judge didn't allow, but even before they were competing with each other, she didn't allow no motion in. Like, they just did not have a defense. And at that time, I just felt like they were just discouraged.
Well, I know one thing Bonjean gonna put in that motion is that she shouldn't have never gave Rob the option to get rid of Nicole off of that case after she said that she violated that code of ethics. That shouldn't have been the decision for him to make. She was supposed to have made that decision. So I know that's gonna be addressed in the appeal court.
Yeah, that should be addressed also in that appeal court. Also, I would have put in that appeal court, how is it that the parents don't have immunity? How is it that a person can be on the stand and implicate somebody else in a crime? That you say that's a crime. And as this is supposed to be a court where we uphold the law, nothing, no investigation came about that. And then they had to determine whether she was going to be impeached because her testimony was all over the place. But that just went over everybody's head.
But spitting fire, the thing is, we don't know that they didn't actually get immunity. They just didn't take the stand and testify to it. What if they actually did? Because they had to know what she was going to testify to. What if they were actually given immunity to some of the things that she testified about? No questions were asked about the parents. Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, but she wouldn't allow it. She didn't allow it.
Right. So, but we can't, because of that, we can't say that they didn't get it, because at the end of the day, she did the exact same thing that we said Susan did.
Yeah, that's true.
So they probably did get some type of immunity on this. I'm pretty sure they sat down and had that conversation. And they realized, well, somewhere down the line, y'all kind of broke the law too. They had to give them something. We just don't know about it because it wasn't under question and it wasn't brought in the courtroom. A lot of stuff wasn't brought up that probably should have been addressed in that courtroom. The ball was dropped.
Well, in that courtroom too, the lawyers weren't looking at us. The government was. And they were doing the opposite of everything that we were saying. In this court, I think they both were looking. I think that they definitely were looking at us, the defense. You know what I mean? I think that she was looking at us. I really do believe that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just coincidental on some of the things that she says in court after we already did commentary on it. You know what I mean? So I really do believe, just like when she brought up Kardashians, I was talking about that on Lisa Van Allen. You know what I mean?
She brought the Kardashians today too.
Didn't I say that, Lolo? I said, yeah. I think Jennifer was sitting here watching our lives and going back and presenting her case.
Well, because I would have did that though. I would have done. I mean, she was stupid though. She was really stupid on that. I'm talking about Lisa Van Allen. She was really stupid on that though. I mean, that was just dumb. Like, you got R. Kelly and his wife. Girl, and this already recorded, so it's already out there now. Shoot, I'd have been the next doggone Kim Kardashian walking around there with my fake booty and my everything else like them. Girl, please. Girl, please.
But see, that's the difference. Kim Kardashian was smart enough to think long term. Lisa Van Allen's simple-minded ass was just thinking right then and right there. So that's why
just
she
was
was settling for
stupid.
that fast money instead of taking your time and thinking this is what I got, this is what I can do with it. But at the same time, shit, you never know. That's an adult sex tape. Rob might have been on board for that shit. Like, okay, well, look, let's make
He
this
was,
money
you know what?
next time.
I don't even think he would have because he got an image like he's a bigger star. But that was like Ray J at the time. Him and his sister and their family was a bigger star. So he didn't want no part of that. You know what I mean? Like, go on and get it. But he didn't know that she was gonna blow up and be bigger than his ass was. You know what I'm saying? She know that she now he coming back like where my duckies at? Like I was in
mad
that.
what you see that he mad in the mud.
Like he realized how much money that girl got. He's like, I need
Kim
some of that.
Kardashian got $1 billion now, right?
That's what I'm saying, Lolo. So what I'm saying is when the tape first released, right? They took it to a porn industry. It's already out there now. So the mama found a way on how to capitalize off of it.
She's
and
a
make it
genius.
business.
The mama's a genius.
You know, people say she pimped them or whatever. Well, hell, they was out here slowing and hoeing and slutting anyway. You may as well just go. They out here. It's already on tape. You can't take it back. So what I'm saying is that's what the damn Clary should have goddamn did if they was smart too. But what I'm saying, she sat up there and she had a sex tape with R. Kelly and his wife. She could have got even more money because he's a bigger star than Brandy and Ray J put together. Then not only that, Kim Kardashian took that tape and made a deal. Next thing you know, they rebranded her. Now she's a household name. The tape is all over the place. It's a household name. She could have been the same doggone way.
From my understanding, she was a street walking little, you know what? So she ain't got no sense enough to do nothing
That's what
but
I'm
what
saying.
she did.
But Spitfire, it's that hood mentality. She wasn't thinking long term. Once again, she was not thinking long term. The first thing Kim Kardashian did, they went and got themselves an agent and got themselves an attorney. So they was smart. People ain't thinking long term.
That's what I said. I was like, girl, please. If I got R. Kelly on the tape, on the sex tape, I would have been like, and you already with him? I'd have been going to Calabasas trying to get to the Kardashians and get their hookups. Like, what's what?
Well,
like,
and that's what you know she.
All of them had that mentality because there ain't no way that I'm a wife him. He gonna wife me and I'm gonna have 3 kids and not own 25 McDonald's all across Chicago.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm finna own some of everything. We're gonna have a school for gifted kids. We're gonna have a school for
several dance
all
studios.
of that type of stuff. His name is gonna be across all of that.
They were just dumb. They were just dumb. They were just some dumb people.
Yeah.
They were just some uneducated, dumbass people. I was just like, oh my God, how do you not be married to R. Kelly and you don't have your own? Like, how do you not be? And
you run around here shaking your ass for $79 a class.
I don't understand. How is it that you are not even in sync with that? You was the backup singer, so you wasn't even around. He didn't allow nobody to talk to nobody, and he didn't allow you. Just that dumb. But you got all this attitude when you on these talk shows. You can move your head. You do all this, but you ain't have all that mouth then. Then Lisa talking about she was afraid of him, but you wasn't scared to steal. You wasn't scared to come back with a baby.
Exactly.
You wasn't scared to do none of that. Like, come on now. You know, the government, I think they know that they didn't have a case after this case kept going on. I just think they on a hope and a prayer as well. You know what I'm saying? They like, oh, we hoping that, if New York, with the what they got, if that crap got him sentenced, I know that, you know what I'm saying, we probably can have a chance. And that's sad. That's sad. And this is why that's why they have a large exoneration rate.
And that's why that New York case went first. Because they knew If he beat the Chicago case, there wasn't gonna be no New York case.
Right. And not only that,
Amen.
she had to let that New York case go the way it went because that's the home of the Me Too movement.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Anybody that was in New York, for one, it was so many people out there that was going into that same courthouse being charged with similar stuff that was all being found guilty. He didn't have a chance he just didn't have a chance there.
Yeah, Weinstein, all that, you go in there with a Me Too case, you're not going to win. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to win. They go play, especially if you're a celebrity.
They making an example out of you.
Especially if you're a celebrity. But I tell you what, and I was just kind of, I don't know. I guess I don't know what they have in plan. But I just was hoping, I wasn't really even done with the Bill Cosby situation. I was just hoping he would sue their asses. Like, I hope his estate is suing them. Like, for the 3 years he had to spend because of the Me Too movement and what that movement done. You know what I mean?
You talking about R. Kelly.
I'm talking about Bill Cosby.
Oh, Bill Cosby is. He's suing that whole county.
Yeah, but he should sue the organization as well.
Yeah, this is true. I agree.
He should sue that organization as well.
I know R. Kelly, when he come out, he got a whole lot of lawsuits.
Starting with Lifetime.
Man, he gonna be in court for he was in court for 4 years. He get out, he gonna be in courtroom for the next 15 years.
He gonna be richer than he was going in, coming out.
He gonna get rich off these lawsuits more than his masters is worth.
Probably. I believe that. I believe that. Especially if, you know what I'm saying, he win this one and win appeal, they go, man, please. But that's gonna be a scary moment because at that moment when people think they're gonna be out of for money, you really gotta beef up security.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You really gotta beef up security because now the hitman's come out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you don't want to think like that, but you got to think this is millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Now they go call, that guy that be wearing all black coming from Russia and shit like that. And got all the CIA connections, and next thing you know, things happen.
Right.
Yeah, Gerald McDavid said, "More money, more problems."
More money, more problems.
What you think about what you think about him and his team, Spitting Fire?
Who? Gerald McDavid?
Yeah.
I think he showed Rob, from what I was, listening to y'all. I think he showed him in the more human light. I think what people have to do when they in deliberation, they have to understand that he's not perfect. They have to understand that the sex tape is not a crime. They have to really understand the difference that it's important that the jury understands making a sex tape is not a crime. People want you to say he made these sex tapes. And I mean, if that's the case, then Pornhub will be out of business. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just put Pornhub out of business. Then.
Right.
If making a sex tape is bad, let's just put Pornhub out of business because people make sex tapes and upload it on Pornhub for money and views. You know what I'm saying? So let's just put them out of business.
That's how my name got out there.
Shut the hell. You know what?
See. Come on. Put some respect on my name. Daddy Lolo. Come on.
No, but his team in general.
That's exactly what Jennifer said today. It's not illegal to make a sex tape. You have to prove that he intentionally was trying to create some type of child pornography in order to find him guilty.
No, he wasn't. Because even if he had a sex, he kept him in the gym bag. It's his gym bag, it's his sex tape, it's his dingaling. That's what I would have said if I was the Jennifer.
And then they say what? Brown is guilty because he carried the gym bag.
That ain't funny, but it is funny though.
Like, you can't make this shit up. They literally said he's guilty because he carried that gym bag and he's supposed to know what's in it.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Just as like if you go to the airport and they carry your damn bags, they ain't supposed to know what the hell is in it. That's a problem. They
And-
don't know what's in it.
And if you doing like Uber and you taking a girl somewhere, it ain't on you that you taking her to her sex appointment, sex trafficking her.
So I'm gonna tell you exactly what
You
they
just
said.
doing your job.
Right,
they
you just
said-
doing your job.
What they said today, he was guilty because he carried those bags, and in the bags were videotapes, and those tapes were used at meetings that was discussing these child pornography. So that's why he's guilty.
But see,
And then they said,
Because he was at the meeting. He
At
was
the meeting with the
he wasn't
attorney.
even at the meeting. I'm sorry. He drove someone to the meeting. They can't even place him at the meeting listening to whatever was being discussed. He just drove people to the meeting. So he's guilty.
so
and these
everybody, every
these
Lyft driver
tapes
is
wasn't
guilty.
labeled. These tapes wasn't labeled. So it just seemed like it's just a blank tape, no label, no title on it or nothing.
Well, then Uber and Lyft is guilty of all
Yes.
kinds of crimes that they don't know they guilty of. So if your ass a Uber driver, you guilty. Your ass gonna be part of an obstruction and all kinds of stuff because you can be taking people to stuff you don't know where you taking them to. That ain't your business.
No, like real shit though. Spin fire. You right, cause that's what they basically saying. These federal laws, they can do that. They said you pick up your phone and you talk to someone on the phone for the first time. You don't know how old they is, but let's just say you get straight to the business. You want to have the phone sex. Later on, you find out that person was 16 years old. You getting charged with You getting charged with whatever Rob getting charged with.
Well, see, that's why we have to change these laws. We have to change them because the only way we're going to be able to change these laws is if we get involved and change these laws. Because first of all, these laws are going to be more, it's going to be bad for Black people than anybody else. Okay, that's the first thing first. You know what I mean? We 7 times more likely to get convicted and be sentenced to 7 times more of the time than any other race. So
that's why we have to vote locally.
And not just vote, but we have to change the law. We have to put these bills in and we have to amend what's already there now that we know better. You know what I'm saying? Because if we don't, this type of stuff will continue to happen.
What's going on with Chicago new law? What's their new law?
Well, they talk about the Act T law.
That's the law that
no more bail.
Well, they saying that they're not going to sit up there and they for one, they letting out 400 inmates that was charged with these crimes within a certain amount of time. And then 2, from what I was reading, they're saying that crimes like battery, physical battery, kidnapping, some of those charges like that.
Second degree murder.
Will that apply to Rob?
They say kidnap.
No, so what it is it's Illinois non-detainable offenses. It's aggravated battery, aggravated DUI, aggravated fleeing, arson, burglary, drug-induced homicide, intimidation, kidnapping, robbery, second-degree murder, and threatening a public official. So as of January the 1st, 2023, if you are arrested for any of these crimes, you will be released from jail and only ordered to report back to court.
Yeah, like how you do, like how
that's called the Safety
is.
Act. Yeah, that's called the Safety Act.
Yeah, Safety Act. Yeah, so that's like how Sylvia, how she went to jail and was let out and stuff like that. So they're not normally they would detain you and you have to go to wait on there, but now they're not going to do that for those charges. So now, you know what? Hell, I'm just saying, I don't know.
And like you said, all of those people that's being held is going to be released on the 1st.
My bad, y'all. I'm sorry.
That's Lily, everybody.
Oh, hey, Lily.
Hey. Hey, everyone. Excuse me for laughing.
Hello again.
Hello again. I'm going to bed. I just was trying to listen.
So you can knock the shit out of somebody and won't be detained.
Oh, okay, Spin Fire. I think we
You
need
can
to.
knock
I think
the
we need
shit
to
out of
practice
them.
that.
Go
I
to
think we need
jail.
to practice
Get
that.
out. Come
Look,
out,
tell,
kidnap them. Go
tell
to jail.
Spin Fire.
Get
I
out.
think we need
Come
to
out and
practice
kill 'em.
that.
I can do that
Yeah,
In
we can.
Chicago.
in Chicago.
We can
So,
do that,
and-
Spin Fire.
so wait a minute. So Sylvia got a court date in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But it don't start till January 1st.
Oh shit. Well, I'm gonna need Sylvia to postpone that damn hearing
Hey,
till after the
Spin
first
Fire.
year.
Spin Fire. Spin Fire. Look,
What?
not postpone. You mean continue?
Yeah, continue that to after the first of the year.
Whew. Well, y'all, I just came on to make y'all. I just came on to make y'all laugh. I'm finna go to bed. I love y'all. I will see you tomorrow, Dottie. Good night, Spitting Fire with your
Good night, baby.
jaws.
See you
I love your
tomorrow.
chubby jaws. Spitting Fire. If I ever meet you, can I squeeze your jaws?
Because they big around.
Yes, I want to squeeze them.
Wait a minute, which one Jigga told me? She said when I had my hair curly, she said, "You look like a cabbage patch."
Oh my God.
Wait a minute. And then I looked in the mirror. I was like, I do look like a cabbage patch. So I went on and tried to find an old Cabbage Patch doll. Do you know how much that things cost now? Like $2,500. I said, oh shoot, hell no.
Man, I used to love them dolls back in the day.
Me too.
And then they had the Garbage Pail Kids. You remember the Garbage Pail Kids?
Yeah, all that. And the Cabbage Patch doll come with a birth certificate. Remember, we were just
Yeah.
so excited about the doggone birth
Yeah.
certificate.
I'm gonna ask my mom if she still got mine.
We never knew that those were going to be collector's items. Never
Tamila
knew.
said they can come in your house and just give you a ticket now. The police will only give you a ticket.
Wait, listen, I got a question. Dottie, I have a question. Why do they have to wait till January to start the safety act?
It's a
They
new
always
year.
start
It's always
their
at
new
the
stuff
beginning of the
in
year.
January.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, well, for real,
Hey.
Well,
see-
either the prisons
hey,
are getting
TT,
overcrowded.
I'm getting out of
or-
Chicago.
No, what happened
And-
was
and
they
I'm moving to
eliminated the cash
Toronto.
bail.
they
I'm
eliminated
moving to
what?
Canada.
Yeah, they eliminated the cash bail in Chicago.
Oh, really?
So
That's
when they
what I was
took away
saying.
cash, when they took away cash bail, we had that 10%.
Right.
That's when they came up with this.
Wow.
And what kills me is I would hate for somebody to lose their life and somebody get away with it, and then they calling this the purge law. It's almost like you taking a life it's not serious to you. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
like you making fun of that shit, and you
Right.
calling it the purge law. That I just like that's not cool. And knowing Chicago, the way they get down already, they ain't scared of no police already.
Heck no.
They shoot at the police. I seen a video on Instagram.
Oh, they've been
the other
doing
day.
that here in Detroit for
They
years.
shooting at the police. Police was running like crazy.
We be talking about Chicago here in Detroit. We like, oh, they finally catching up with us.
Man, Chicago is wild.
And this ain't all of Chicago.
I mean, not all.
Well, a 6-year-old little boy where I'm staying at, and I'm all the way up north. I'm all the way towards Evanston. A 6-year-old boy was just shot in the head sitting in a car over here around the corner from where I stay at.
And the killing part of that in the rich neighborhood.
Evanston? I was in Evanston at a funeral years ago.
Oh Lord.
I didn't know where I got family there, but I'm not from there. So
right.
Whenever I come to Illinois, I'm just a guest. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm only going where they telling me to go. I don't know,
Hey, look, I'm gonna call you Chubby Jaws. Chubby Jaws. I'm just a guest now. I've been away from Chicago so long. I feel like a guest.
I know you feel like a guest because but you from there though, aren't you?
Yes, I am born and raised, but I was raised in the suburb. I was born on the west side, but my mother immediately moved me to the suburbs when I was 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't get a chance to experience everything. I had to
I
come
got
back.
family. I got family live in Calumet.
Yeah,
I got family in Calumet and
that's a
Evanston and Oak Park.
Oak Park is right here. Yep.
Yeah, I got family that live there. We got an Oak Park, Michigan too.
Okay.
So Oak Park ain't nothing but the west side.
Girl, isn't it now? I mean,
Yeah, that's where Jane is from. That's where all her family live out there. That ain't
oh,
nothing but the west side.
I'm moving. I'm moving from over here. I don't want to be nowhere near Jane, Doe, John, Papa, none of them.
Yeah, because my family was telling me how Chicago is getting out of hand. They've been getting out of hand for the last few years.
Girl, they are ridiculous. I was on my way to my aunt's house and it was a carjacking. The man done changed the plates on the truck, jumped out of the truck and took off running. And the police tried to catch him and didn't.
What you it's so I think I think Chicago is getting all this flack for the hike in crime because it's a large city or whatever,
Yes.
but it was tamable for a
You
long
want me to
time.
tell you why Chicago getting up? Chicago is getting all this publicity when it comes to the crime because the first black president came from Chicago.
True.
Well,
Okay.
down here in
That's number one.
Texas, these
If
good
you
old
were
boys
to
down here.
Google, if you were to Google the cities with the highest crime rate, Chicago wouldn't even be number one.
No, it's still
It'd be
not.
like number 5 or number 6.
Wow.
But because that first black president came from here, they gonna make sure. And then, if you think about it, anytime they talking about the crime in Chicago, they're only talking about the South Side,
Of
and
course.
it's crime on the West Side, it's crime on the North Side. But Obama just happened to be from the South Side of Chicago. That's
Yeah.
not a
Technically,
coincidence.
you're not really from the South. You're from Hyde Park. It ain't that far south.
It's the South. It ain't West. It ain't North. It's South. So
Yeah.
they gonna talk about that strictly because that's where he came from. That's why they shine that light so bright on Chicago. We
Well, guess
number
what?
6, number 7 when it
I
comes to
live,
the crime rate.
live in
Who
Texas.
number one?
I'm in
I
Texas
think
and
New
it's
Orleans.
I
Yeah.
think
I
I
actually
think
think New
St.
Orleans.
Louis is number one or Detroit number one.
Detroit been number
New
one for
Orleans
50.
is on there too.
Detroit's been on there number one for 50 plus years.
Oh my God. Well, guess what, y'all?
oh Lord.
I live in Texas now.
That's horrible.
But I live
That's
in
horrible.
Texas, and you can drive for 12 hours and still be in Texas.
What part of
Yeah.
Texas you live in? I do too.
I'm near Killeen, but I'm in Waco. They call it Waco.
Oh yeah. I'm
Yeah.
in doubt. Waco is that's
2.5
Mhm.
2.5 hours from Dallas.
Look it up.
yeah, but you
Scotty,
can drive
who's number
14
one?
hours and still be in Texas.
Heck yeah. It's the largest state. Yep. But you ladies and gentlemen, y'all have a blessed night. I have a date tomorrow with Miss Dottie. I hope she don't forget.
Mhm.
Oh no, I'm gonna be there. I ain't
Okay.
never forget. I ain't gonna forget. So before you get off, Lily, Detroit is number 1, the most dangerous city.
Wow.
I told y'all.
Where's
Good
St.
fight.
Louis?
Great.
I lied when I said Chicago was gonna be like number 5, number 6.
Wow.
Then you got Memphis.
Wow.
Then you got Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah,
Baltimore,
Birmingham.
Baltimore, St. Louis, Kansas City, Cleveland, Little Rock, and hold on.
So all of them be Chicago.
Man, look, Detroit has
Chicago
been.
don't even come in number. Chicago not even number 10.
Well, I say
No,
Florida,
Detroit. You can't. Well, okay.
But
There
I
is
also think
hard.
they do it based off of the size of the city too.
right.
Well, Chicago. No, well, no,
And it's
not
just
just
a
the
lot of
size.
hype too.
Detroit is
Well,
horrible.
um,
Detroit is horrible in crime. Like literally, like horrible. Like you really don't want to come here. Like literally.
I mean, I have kinfolks there. I have kinfolks in Canton, I think it's called, out that way
Yeah, that's out in the suburb. But like, I'm talking about like in the like.
in the hood.
in the heart of the hood, like you
Yeah.
really. They know you ain't from there. They know you from the suburbs.
Right.
You
Okay.
know what I'm
That's
saying?
how it is in Chicago.
Like
True.
they'll know your ass from the suburbs. Like gang members don't even get along here. We ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like, man,
Gang
it's
members
horrible.
that's in the same set don't get along. Yeah.
That's
That's
true.
what I'm saying. They don't. That's what I'm talking about. They killing each other. Like every man for themselves here in Detroit. Every man for themselves here
Yes.
in Detroit. Every man for themselves. Like it was a guy that was driving a truck. You know what I'm saying? And I think Indiana. They were so rowdy. They beat up Indiana. Did y'all see it when we had that brawl at the game?
Oh Lord Jesus.
Y'all see how them people act at the game? And it's just not here. The reason why I think Detroit is bad because it's not just blacks. Well, they shine the light on us, of course. But the white people are just as rowdy. Like they beat up Indiana at the basketball game.
I was watching that game on TV too.
Did you see when they beat up Indiana, the players and stuff?
Yeah.
They
But
came off
but
the
but Ron
stand,
Artest and Jermaine O'Neal and Steven
and they
Jackson
talk
was
about
holding
some.
their own though.
They was like, we're never going back to Detroit. We never. I was so embarrassed. I was like, oh my God. It could be a fight can break out anywhere. I don't be going nowhere. I go early in the day, and by the time the night come on, I'm back at home. I do not go to no gas station. I go to Sam's Club. I go to a club or a membership to get my gas. That's where I don't do all that.
And let me say, spitting fire. Do you know that out of all the time Rob has lived in Chicago, that man has always lived close to the hood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Even in
ain't
the
never
Olympia
strayed
field.
You know
far
what?
from the hood at
Actually,
all.
actually, except for when he started going to like the condos and doing that stuff, because he always take it back home. You know what I'm saying? In the hood is where his home is at.
Well,
So
he
he
needed to
always took
stop
it
doing
back.
that a long time ago because he
Yeah.
just got too big and outgrown that hood stuff. Because the one thing about the hood is it wasn't nothing wrong with being in the hood back in it was bad then, but not as bad as it is today. Because the working class kept it, pretty decent. Now
Right.
they don't care. The young people don't care. You know what I mean? Like they like just the rapper that got robbed. You know what I mean? You come in here with some jewelry on, we want to take it. They
Yeah.
just you just and it's sad to tell somebody you can't go out the house wearing your
But it
jewelry.
wasn't spitting fire. It wasn't like that here for Rob.
Yeah,
Because
he'll be in the
he
hood with
had
no
respect.
bodyguards.
Because they'll be like, that's right there. We got respect for him. Shit, our mamas grew up to him.
Well, let
So
me
it was a difference when it came to Rob. It
let me
wasn't
Okay.
like that at all.
let me share something with you.
Please do. Yeah, Lily.
Let me share something with you that you don't know. Even when he was big, he still went through the hood, and he didn't have to have bodyguards when he went through the hood, because he felt, and I'm sure Daddy Lolo can contest to this, he felt at home. So he didn't really need no protection he felt he didn't need protection to protect him from his own hood. He always wanted to go back and get those that he grew up with, those that was around him as he was trying to come up. That's just him. That's how he is. He didn't care if he lived in a condo up north. He didn't care if he lived or stayed and made, his studio his home. He didn't care about any of that. When he was ready to play ball or go and kick it or something like that, he went back south. He went back towards his hood. And Markham was about the closest you was going to get, because I don't care what nobody say, Markham is still hood to me. I'm just saying. But he would play basketball in Markham. And yeah, he had people that was there that secured him based on the fact of who he was. But he never, not one time, turned down anybody that wanted to come in there, whether they was gangbangers, whether they was hood rats, I'll call them, or whatever. And right now, I feel some type of way, because he's reaping that. He's reaping
That's what I'm saying.
how
Yeah.
good his heart was to
Yeah.
those that he loved, and those that he nurtured, and those that came to him with their sob stories. He pulled them in. He gave them what they were missing in their lives because of the stories that they would come and tell him. And now he has to pay for that. And that's the sad part about it. And
It's
that's why, I had sent Dottie, a message, and I was just telling her, that I'm not going to be before you guys long. I had just wanted to say a prayer before I went to sleep, because right now my brother the jurors are deliberating on my brother's life. New York already gave him 30 years. Don't mean that he'll do the 30 years, because I believe that the appeal is going to be strong coming from Bunjin. But right now, as he's sitting in the cell, I'm trying not to get emotional. As he's sitting in this cell, he's wondering. He's wondering about this verdict. He really is, because all he wanted was his day in court. That's all he wanted. And he wanted to see and hear the alleged proof or evidence that they had against him. And real talk, this case wasn't nothing but a repeat of his case from 2000.
Absolutely.
And it's hurting him. I've seen him plenty times drop his head. And I knew exactly what he meant when he dropped his head. Because it's like you trying me all over again, but you're just changing the language. And that's what they're doing to him. So I asked Dottie before I get ready to get off, if I could please, pray for you guys after we do this. You guys can continue y'all conversations, and I'll let y'all be at ease. But if y'all are in agreement with me praying, and I mean, I would really appreciate it, because prayer does change things. Some people think
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
but what God has for him is for him. And if God need more of my brother's time, then God will take that. Who am I to intervene with God's decision? I can't, and I wouldn't even try. But I won't stop praying. That's one thing I won't stop doing. And I just
Absolutely.
wanted to do that tonight, because I believe that the people that are on this live right now, I know have been in court, have been supportive of him. And we appreciate all y'all support. No, I'm not his blood relative, but as I said, and Dottie will tell you, blood don't make you family. But I
Sure
am
don't.
consecrated God sister, and that means a lot to me. And I feel his connection. I feel when he hurt, and I know he feel when I hurt. But for God to allow me to be able to be at this particular trial, it says something. So despite of what man say, it's what God says. And that's what I just wanted to, pray with you guys on before I leave here right now off of this this panel. So,
absolutely. Go ahead, Lily.
all right.
Please.
Most gracious Father, we come before you right now just saying thank you, Lord. Thank you for all that you have done, Lord Jesus. Thank you for all that you are about to do. Lord, we come to you most humbly as we know how, just asking that you renew each and every one's mind that has intervened themselves into this. From the judge, Lord Jesus, to the defense, Lord Jesus, to the government, Lord Jesus, and to the jurors. Lord, right now it is in the jurors' hands to come back with a verdict that is going to control or take part in my brother's life, Robert Sylvester Kelly Sr., Lord. Lord, I am just asking that you allow them to see what the government is doing, Lord Jesus. Lord, you already know the outcome of this trial. We don't. But we're leaning not into our own understanding, Lord Jesus, but into yours. We're asking that you make the decision, because you are the Alpha and the Omega. You are the beginning and the end. You are the way, the truth, and the light, Lord Jesus. And nothing come to you unless it come through Jesus, because you are one. So right now, Lord Jesus, I'm just asking that you go within those jurors and you allow them to understand this case that has been brought before them through their eyes and through their ears. But work on their minds right now, Lord. Lord, intent is a serious thing to prove, because it is what a person is thinking And no one knows what a person is thinking but you, God. So right now, I'm just asking that all the evidence that have been laid before the jurors, all the government's ponderous so-called evidence, Lord, I'm asking that you rebuke that right now, Lord Jesus. Lord, you said in your word that what we say to be moved, it shall be moved. Because as for your children, Christ-like children, those that believe in you, Lord Jesus, you will have your way. It is not up to us. It is not up to the defense no more. It is not up to the government. It is up to the jurors right now. Although they are man, I know that you are the Almighty that will control the minds of that juror. And right now, I'm just asking that you be lenient. Be lenient, Lord, on my brother. Lord, whatsoever you see fit, I ask that you allow it to be done. Lord, I, as man, feel that my brother has suffered long enough, but it's your will that can only be done in this situation. And I ask that you bless each and every person on this panel, in this chat, any derogatory comments. I thank you for them. I thank you for the good, the bad, the big, and the small. And I love you because I know your will be done. I ask all of this in your son Jesus' name I pray. And I ask that everyone have a blessed evening, night, and you allow them to sleep well. Amen.
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 Amen. Thank you, Lily. Thank you.
That
Thank
was
you. Thank you.
powerful.
To God be the
Thank you.
glory. To God
Thank
be
you.
the glory. I love you all, and you all have a blessed night.
You
Lily, I see
too.
you tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, sweetie.
Love you.
I
Thank you.
love you more.
Spin fire.
That was good. That was
It
good.
was.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I'm trying to understand why this the first time we've been on live together.
This ain't the first time.
I mean, outside of Sylvia, that was a long time ago. On my
I've been on your
platform, it
little
is.
panel before. You better go back
On
and look at.
here,
Yeah.
on my video, no, that was
Yeah.
Sylvia, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I was in
no.
New York.
I'm always jumping on somebody's panel. I got a big mouth. I know I was on your panel. Shit. I know I was.
I mean, you bring it life. I like this.
I was.
I
Shoot.
thank Lily for coming on here. That was awesome.
That was an awesome prayer. We needed it. And you know what I think, too, to be honest with you? I think that a difference in the atmosphere and the spirits is what the outcome of this trial can affect the
Oh
outcome
my
of this
God, I'm
trial.
so glad you said that because let Lolo be my witness. I said that at this trial, for everybody that showed up, everybody was on one accord. We was all in there. We was praying every morning, something we didn't do in New York. Everybody was just getting along. It was just so peaceful. We was buying each other lunch. We was doing everything as a one, as a people. Like we was all left for
And that
right.
is what's needed. And that's what I
Made a
always tell them.
difference.
That makes a difference. Believe it or not, you be thinking it don't. When the spirits come together and everybody getting along and all this and that, you can get positive. It spills over. It does. It spills over to the atmosphere, just like I was saying. And I think things happen for a reason. Because before the New York trial, everybody, even on the internet, was intertwining with other people, right? Me too. Like the people who wasn't for Rob and all that type of stuff. And just so happened, like, I was kicked off everybody's panel, but that's probably a reason it was good because I said, and when I got mad, I said, I'm not going over to the ops. I'm staying over to people who support this man, and I'm gonna feed off the energy. And I said, and I think that is good if the energy feds off each other, and it's brought a lot of people closer.
I mean, it was, and then he got to see that support up in there, because even though You know, Durham McDavid and them had they people. Rob people took up both sides of that courtroom and the overflow room.
Okay.
So I mean, the love of up in there. Whether I don't care if you was getting along, if you didn't know the people, whatever it was. At the end of the day, when they looked in the Spectre sectors, all they seen was the support for this man, and that's all he seen. And you can tell at times he was sending messages through his attorneys to certain people and stuff. He was waving, just the hand gestures. It was so different.
Okay.
Everything about it was just different. And that's why I felt like this outcome has to be different than what it was in New York. It has to be.
Yeah. I mean, you nobody can be, this movement has really clouded people's judgment. You know what I mean? People didn't even know, like just one, like the leg shaking. So I had said about 5 or 6 months ago, even before then, but really more so about 5 or 6 months ago, I said, I'm gonna start playing Rob's music. I'm gonna start playing his music. I don't care until they kick me off. I'm gonna start playing his music. Somebody somewhere go push play. It's gonna get to somebody. And then another blogger said something and people were mad, but I took it as constructive criticism. So I started putting videos together with the music and let it loop so people can see his work and let the spirits come out. Like, this is not a man that's doing all this stuff. You talk about it was bogus. It was if the last trial was bogus, that's what the government said. If that was the case, then you and the government didn't do your job. You didn't do your job. This is what's bogus, what you're doing. Offering people Section 8 for their testimony. In addition to immunity, you don't have to do nothing else once you give them immunity. What would you give them Section 8 for?
And they hated that shit got out. That wasn't supposed to be known. We weren't supposed to know. We weren't supposed to know about that, the trips. And then on top of that, what gets me is that, and I don't know if Jennifer and them caught that, but Jane testified the reason why she had to get this Section 8 is because so her and her son can be protected, and because they didn't have nothing. Yet at that time, when you see the text messages between her and the government, she's clearly telling them, yeah, I can meet with you at my lunch break. Yeah, we could do this. So you had a job. What do you mean you didn't have nothing? You had a job. Clearly, you in the text message to Rob, you was telling him to come to wherever you worked at so he could get a private studio session. You had a song you wanted him to remix.
I just don't understand that they just that dumb. Like, just I would say not guilty just because y'all dumb alone. Like, I'm just
Thank you. That's what I said.
Just because
not
y'all
guilty
dumb
just
alone.
based on the principle.
Yeah,
it's just the principle of the matter.
I'm not going through all of this. You're not guilty. Y'all just dumb. Y'all just some dumb. Cause you sitting up there talking about some. I mean, let's just say let's just look at it as from a woman point of view. And I'm not trying to be, gold diggerish and nothing like that. But this is R. Kelly, right? And this is when the height of his career, right? When he was making the most of the monies, right? So you thought it out for used PT Cruiser?
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, I'm from Detroit. I'm not that stupid. Like, I'm not that stupid. Like, they just stupid. Like, I just don't even understand. That's why they testify, because they think it's something gonna be in it for them. But they don't realize that they have to, the karma don't come until everything's over with. People don't realize that. They thinking they're getting away with it. It's over. Karma strikes. Look how much karma has happened since the last trial with the other family. They lost a loved one and all kind of stuff. That's how it happened.
But what kills me is what they don't understand is, even though you sold whatever, you turned on this person for a Section 8 voucher, whatever it may be, at the end of the day, if he's convicted, he becomes a prisoner of the federal government. But so do you. because now you're relying on them to make sure your rent is paid and you have a roof over your head every single month for however long you keep that Section 8 voucher, or for how until they get ready to yank that shit back from you. You are a prisoner as well. Anytime you're not doing
the
this on
federal
your own,
government is known to give you something and then rescind on it. They known for that. They known for that. They will give you something to make you think they're giving it to you. Then they'll come back with a letter telling you some other stuff years later. Like, we're no longer going to give you Section 8 or whatever. And you be like, that's not the deal. And they'll be like, oh, well, that's too long. And the people who help you get it, they going to act like they ain't told you nothing.
Well, you could have got more by staying in his good graces. You know what I'm saying?
You could have got, if you was supposed to be freaking him like you said y'all was doing, you should have got it then. Shoot. You should have got it then. I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all. I was
and
like,
then you have the mother meeting with him in the studio for private whatever, saying that she talking to him about her shoe store business, remodeling the shoe store.
At late at night. Why you got to talk late at night about the shoe store?
They had their priorities all messed up. That's what it was.
No, cause she
by herself.
Cause she wanted that sausage or whatever, and everybody was getting it. I told everybody was getting his sausage. He was the victim. He only got one Dino. It's all of them. Shoot, that's how I look at it. It's all y'all in one Dino. No.
But during this time, it's almost like, what did they expect? Because he's already married. We got to keep in mind, at this time, when all this stuff is alleged, he's already married. So what did they expect more to get from him?
I have no idea, but I will be the best side chick ever if I had shit. They still ain't doing it right. Dottie. Shit, that's all I'm saying. If you go be a side chick, it would be somebody like RK. You better be the best side chick you can be.
Listen, we need to do a whole one-on-one on how to be that on camera. You ain't never lie. There ain't no way. There ain't no why. Well, Drea, I'm sorry. Why he hog time me, he would have been signing that contract to that studio and to this. I'm like I said, I be owning half the McDonald's in Chicago. You like McDonald's, or we finna buy some?
That's right.
You like it? We finna buy some. I want a dance studio, fine. We finna put a recording studio right next to it. So while I'm dancing, you're gonna be spinning the music and writing the music and everything.
Girl, we're
gonna make this shit work one way or the other.
A business. She said she was with him. Oh, we had a bus for the kids, and I was on tour with him and all this and that. You ain't doing right either. Just don't.
I wouldn't even want to sit up there. The fact that you could sit up there and talk about what you had, but you ain't got shit for show for it from now. What's the point of bragging on what you had? You ain't got it now.
Right.
That tells you right there. That don't even make no sense. I'm gonna leave. Listen, if I'm messing with some R. Kelly, I'm gonna have something to show for it.
That's what I told him. I said, you know what? That's why I told her. I said she is the dumbest ever, because for one, she gonna take one tape instead of all the tapes. Because I done took all the tapes to Pornhub because the tapes is already made. I keep telling everybody. Everybody say destroy the tapes. Either you destroy the tapes or you take them to the sex people and get rich. Either way it go, you do one or the other. But even in between that, I'm trying to get connected with the people I see coming in and out his circle, so I know how to get on. I'm gonna be getting on.
And I'm demanding every meeting he's sitting in. I'm sitting right there with him. Why he going to meetings by himself if you know he can't read and write them contracts?
Exactly. I was getting ready to say, what kind of wife was she? What kind of wife was she? Yeah, but what kind of wife is she to know he couldn't read and write, and you're not going to make sure that this paperwork is right?
Because she was so busy.
Unless her ass can't read and write.
Because she was so busy being like the rest of them, shopping and not doing nothing else, going on the shopping sprees and stuff like that. I don't want you to give me no damn allowance. I need you to run them stacks so I can build my business. I'm gonna build my business myself. So when you get tired of me, because you know side chicks, they get tired of them. So when you get tired of me, I'm gonna have something to show for it. and I'm gonna be gone. I mean, it is what it is. You can put a moral spin on it, like you promoting side chicks or horn, whatever. But the reality is, it happens in life, and so therefore, either what you gonna be? You gonna be broke? You know what I'm saying? Now you in the hood with Section 8. I would never tell nobody I had a relationship with R. Kelly and I'm sitting up there asking for a Section 8 voucher to testify against him. I would never do that.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I wouldn't even tell. I wouldn't even be testifying. I'm like, I don't know that nigga. I wouldn't even tell nobody then. Shit, fuck it. I mean, if you that stupid, I wouldn't tell nobody. You make yourself look crazy.
I'd be like, shit, that wasn't me on no tape. I don't know what
That
y'all
wasn't
talking
me.
about.
Right. It's either you do or you don't.
I feel like at the end of the day, Rob, the thing that means the most to him is them kids. And no matter what him and his ex-wife went through, at some point, there could have been a conversation that was had with him to make it make sense. Even if you want to say he's the person that she say he was. At some could have had that conversation. Listen, it ain't about me. It ain't about you. But one day we gonna leave here, and these kids gotta have something. Your legacy, that name has to carry over to them, to their kids, to their kids, to their kids. You get jumping on the bandwagon with these other chicks just made his name. That Kelly name is worth negative nothing at this point. What are your kids? They struggling like she's struggling to get a record deal. That shouldn't even be the case. The money that he worth, she should have her own label. She shouldn't be needing to sign with nobody else.
Exactly. And not only that, when I did commentary about that when she said she can't get a record deal, but see, your mother contributed to that. You went right there on this talk show and you said some very bad things about your dad and you the daughter, and the world was listening. And now you can't get a record deal. You did all that to let the world look at your dad in this negative light. And yet you come into these very people that's taking your dad down or help take him down, and they won't even give you a record deal. They had you turn against your own dad, them and your mom and the public, and they won't even give you a record deal. But yet these so-called alleged victims getting book deals and everything else. Nobody's thinking about that though.
You're hitting it right on
You
the
just
head.
hit that on the head.
Yep. Section A out of all things, y'all.
I mean, I'm just saying, like with his daughter, she bought her daughter. Drea bought their daughter on to that network or that news station to talk about their dad. She's sitting right there next to her. You know what I mean? Not letting her be her own. She's sitting right next to her, right? Talking about her dad. And yet she tells him, well, because of my dad's name, I can't get a record deal. No, you helped do that to yourself in your career when you got on that news, that network, and was talking bad next to your mom about your dad. You did that. So they helped you. So in other words, your mom, the public, and the media helped you say bad things about your dad to the world. And then when you went and tried to get a record deal, they slammed the door in your face.
Crazy thing, Spitting Fire, is right before all of this stuff happened, he was trying to help her with the music.
But
so much that
they did a song together.
Yeah, he put her on his album just to kickstart it.
But you can't blame the kids because at the end of the day, they gonna side with their mama regardless. When she
not all. Shit, my damn daughter side with her daddy every time she goddamn get it.
It could be a situation where they doing just like everybody else. That's not R. Kelly. They just listening to what the media reports and what is being put into their ears. Because at the end of the day, I still believe Drea jumped on that bandwagon and went against Rob because somebody told her you probably gonna be indicted too because you was married to him when all these allegations and stuff came about. So if you don't say you was a victim, you probably gonna be sitting beside him just like Giselle Maxwell.
Well, that's true too. That's true too. But they only got Giselle because Epstein did. They wasn't even thinking about her. But they had to get somebody to fill his spot since supposed to be dead. But the thing that I'm saying is, even though she still was a kid, but she was old enough to know. She was old enough to know to make that decision because she old enough to be out here putting out these articles and things. She was old enough to know. The thing I'm saying is, look how it's happening. Nobody is showing her that way. You know, like your mom went on here and got you on here to please these white folks or the media. And then when you go get a record deal with them, thinking you're going to get this Kelly name going to continue up, you don't get it. You get what I'm saying? The very same thing with Jerronda Pace and all this and that. They thinking they going to get all of this. Them people ain't thinking about you. Once they use you to take him down, they have no use for you. Your 15 minutes of fame is up.
It's like what Jerronda and them say. I said it's just something about the women that he attract. It's nothing long term. It's that hood mentality. They gotta have it right then and right now. You know, they're not thinking long term.
But I think he didn't like the industry. He didn't want no industry people. He wanted to be normal, but he was a star. And then unfortunately, you can't have both. Unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? Because and if
I think he really understood who he was.
Yeah, he did. He knew who he was. I think he knew who he was. I just think that he was a star, but I think he wanted to be grounded and be in his comfort zone. And that was his environment, was his neighborhood and his hood and stuff like that. Cause you know what I'm saying? But he wasn't that guy anymore. And I don't think he understood that. I don't think he understood.
That's what I meant.
That he was the average guy anymore. You know what I mean? I think he felt like I'm going to stay here. I'm going to keep myself grounded. I'm going to be around normal people. And sometimes you just can't do that, though. Sometimes you just can't.
Well, I think that contributed to, I think the people that was around him, that was extorting him, that was setting him up, they played a part in that too. Because I think they just said, okay, he liked these women. He got this music. Let's put him in the studio. Let's give him his cigars. Let's give him his Hennessy and let him keep him. You know, that's what they did. They kept him in that, I want to say, bubble, so that they can continue. Because I mean, if you look at it, he been being extorted since the time he signed the deal.
Yeah.
Since the time he signed over everything. So it was a setup from the very beginning. Once I mean, he said in his book, from the day Barry Hankerson learned that he couldn't read or write. That was a setup when he walked in there to do that audition for Barry.
He's just the devil.
He was just a walking setup. People seeing him as, oh, that's a come up for me right there.
Yeah, well, you knew
and
Barry
they kept
Hankerson
him comfortable. They never showed him this is what you should. This is how you should be living. You should be in this mansion. You should be living on this hill. You should be doing this. You should be doing that. They always just showed him, oh, we're going to move you from the hood to downtown. We're going to make you think Trump is as big as it gets. We're going to put you in, you know, in the corner. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It made him comfortable because he could still do what he loved to do, which was focus on his music and write his music. And they just applied him with the rest of the little basics that he needed to keep him from getting suspicious or asking any questions about certain things. So that's why it makes sense when he said it wasn't until the Surviving R. Kelly came out to where he's like, damn, start scratching his head. What the hell is going on? Let me go check my money in his bank account. Right. That would make, you know, that would make sense. Like it was people that was involved in this takedown that contributed to that.
I just, you know what? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy that this have to go through it, but it's sad that we as Black people take advantage of our own. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's hope. You know, when someone is successful, someone is successful in this culture, it gives hope to the rest of the people that's, you know, coming up to be. And when you kill that, they have nothing to look forward to. You know what I mean? And I just think that people just don't think of it like that. You can't be vouchers all the time. You got to let somebody shine and go on and be successful. That's why I always want people on these internet streets to grow their channel and do what it is and take it to the next plateau, because it's hope for those who want to do it, or want to be whatever it is you want to be. You know what I mean? But when you got people coming behind you or with you and they want to take what's yours and they didn't earn it and you didn't earn that money, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't write the music. What will make you entitled to it? But that's just how people are. They just leeches, unfortunately.
And that's just that money is the root to all evil.
The love of
said
money.
just-
The
love
love of
of
money.
money.
Is the root to all evil.
Yeah.
Government.
Somebody said Jesse Powell just passed away. Y'all remember
Really?
Jesse Powell? What he's saying something. And they said, "Welcome to America."
Yeah, this is it. This is
So
it.
y'all think if so do y'all think if Rob wins the appeal and
I'm going to Canada.
Lolo, you think Rob will stay in Chicago?
Honestly, yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think he should.
I don't think so. Oh, that's what we didn't mention. So, somebody mute their phone. Do y'all remember that Jennifer put in a motion so she could see Rob over the weekend?
Right.
Yeah.
MCC still didn't allow her to see him.
What?
Yeah, she could only FaceTime and she had to see him that morning at court. She still wasn't allowed to go into the jail.
Okay, say that again. I'm sorry.
So she had the judge had granted her permission to be able to see Rob from the 9th through the 11th while over the weekend so she could visit him. But when she went to MCC, they still denied her visit.
And did she tell the judge?
She didn't she was able to see him only on FaceTime. So she didn't tell the judge, and when she was coming into court, she actually told us that she wasn't able to see him and that she was going to see him right before court started.
Oh yeah, I think Sylvia told us that.
So I hope he don't stay in Chicago. It's sad.
No, I hope he don't stay in Chicago.
He
needs to get the hell out of Chicago. He need to get the hell out the damn country.
Yeah.
Shit. He don't need to stay in Chicago. He need to get the hell out the country. Hell, the people in Chicago don't want to be in Chicago. Shit.
Yeah, he needs to go somewhere where he's appreciated and where he could be actually, acknowledged as the king that he is. I mean, Africa. Do you see how they treated him before?
Yeah, he need to go.
They love him over there.
Yeah, he out the
They're not
country.
gonna let him. They're not gonna let that man die with his legacy. Well, his legacy already is messed up. It's not intact. So you definitely ain't finna die with all your money. So
Well, he gonna screw their ass. He gonna die with something. Shit.
And when he do, he needs to leave up out of here because, like they were saying, like you said, if it's not, it'll be something else later.
Yeah.
You can't be over here with all that money and think you just gonna walk around and they ain't gonna have.
I will be gone. I'll be gone, and I still have
He
the
has
lawyers.
to.
I still have the lawyers working on my behalf. They just have to Skype me internationally.
He has to. And then if he likes the lifestyle that he likes to live and he likes to be with multiple women, it's more accepted over there anyway. So it only makes sense to go over there where your lifestyle fits, where people won't be looking at you sideways.
Yeah, R. Kelly by now you won't no goddamn coochie no more. All this goddamn trauma. Goddamn, I don't want none of this shit. Like he probably ain't thinking about none. He probably tell y'all keep y'all goddamn coochie to yourself. Don't touch me. Get y'all ass away.
I said that all this trial is gonna do is make more women flock to him.
Hell no, he probably won't see no videotape. Don't buy me no damn camcorder. I want a flip phone. Fuck all y'all. He probably want
now women gonna want to see if he really about their life.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He probably don't even want a phone with a camera on it. Like, I don't want none of that shit. I wouldn't. Shoot, I'd be over there like Malcolm X, being Buddhism and sitting up there on an emperor or something with them folks with them cloth clothes on.
Well, just imagine if he was to write a song right now about what he's seen in the 3 years and what he's been experiencing. Just imagine how powerful that song would be. He getting stories from all different kind of people.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
whole mentality probably didn't change.
I mean, I would want to.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. They took the one thing they branded you. They made you R. Kelly. You wasn't trying to be that sex symbol and this and that. That's what they made you to be. And then they turn around and they punish you with the thing that they made you with. Oh no, hell no.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said that I didn't ask to be R. Kelly.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't work for me.
You know what I'm saying? They made him be the sex symbol with the clothes and all that.
Yeah, Daryl McDavid said when he first met Rod, he couldn't even get him to pick his head up to look at women. He was so shy. He was just that shy. He would walk straight past the woman. He was intimidated. So it was the label that made him what he was.
Well, he did say he wasn't no gangster or nothing. Who you think won that fight between him and Barry Hankerson? You know,
Rob a boxer.
Oh, he beat the shit out of Barry then.
That's what is so crazy is that he could be so from what I know and hear about him, he's so confrontational, but he is a trained boxer.
Oh, so he beat the shit out of Barry.
Probably so, yeah.
Barry better sit his old ass down.
When Daryl McDavid told that story, I was like, "What?"
That's why I
really took his ass outside.
I'd be like, "Hey, so who won?" You know me, I be thinking all kind of shit. Like, I hope he knocked him in his eye.
Lily, you still on here? We gotta see Barry. I mean, not Barry. We gotta see Daryl McDavid. So when we see Daryl McDavid at court, we gonna ask him that question. Cause now that you mentioned, I'm definitely gonna ask him.
I'm like, who won? And come back and tell her, so we can spread that shit over the internet. Barry got his ass whooped. Make memes about that shit. Since he around here supposed to be paying people and all this and that. You know, you get $90 million or from your niece's settlement or for her death or whatever, and you still thinking about R. Kelly. You know you some twisted type of person. You know you twisted.
We don't want to forget about Demetrius snake ass.
Oh, girl.
The stuff that they said about Demetrius, like, we never knew that stuff. Like, him putting the tape and stuff on the internet.
I can see that.
Wow. He actually put one of the tapes
and he driving for Lyft or Uber now? I think he's driving for Lyft or Uber. I think he's doing that.
I wonder when this all came out, what they have to say about this.
Yeah, he got immunity. That's why he wanted to get his ass off that stand in New York.
But he got immunity in New York. Did he get immunity in Chicago?
If it's a federal immunity and it's all over, and it's federally, and it's all over.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a federal case. So
but this is the thing. Ain't the charges kind of different? Because what he testified to in New York wasn't nothing about what they was talking about in Chicago.
And not only that, he got immunity, and I'm quite sure it states only if he's telling the truth. And if they called him a liar on the stand, why didn't they rescind his immunity? Make you say,
Well, I guess because for this case, technically there wasn't a crime because the girl wasn't underage. The only crime was the extortion.
Well,
that he was trying to use
child pornography.
Right, but it wasn't because the girl was 18. So there wasn't really a crime. The only crime was he was trying to use someone to extort Rob. And of course the government ain't finna go after him for that, because then that'd be them doing the opposite of what they trying to do. That'd be like them protecting Rob instead of trying to have him locked up. So technically,
What if they was setting this all up from day one?
What you mean? Who?
Like just Demetrius, all them back in the day, they was setting all this up.
I mean, that's what this case was about. That's what they were saying. It was all everybody pretty much got pissed off at him. When you want to sum it up, they all got pissed off at him at the same time. Sparkle, Demetrius, Barry Hankerson. They all got pissed off at him at the same time, and they pretty much all came together and they put this whole, according to the defense, they put this whole plot together. They said Barry had the means to make fake tapes and to the power to put the money behind making it happen for each person. Sparkle was pissed off because he was married and he wouldn't do her second album. And Demetrius was pissed off because he was fired. And he was fired for stealing. And Daryl McDavid said he didn't get fired for stealing for real until after multiple times. He said Demetrius would steal from Rob, and then Rob would turn around and give him a raise.
And then he'll keep stealing.
And keep stealing, and Rob would give him another raise.
And
he said at some point, he said at some point Rob just got tired, and it seemed like he got tired at the same time and cut off all these people, and then they ended up all linking together. So Barry ended up still having a relationship with Demetrius. Sparkle ended up going over and linking with one of Barry's artists. And then Barry was the only one that was trying to find her a label after she got fired from Rob's label.
Well, so that's what made him fuck over her too, because he did that with Tony Braxton.
Huh?
He messed over Tony Braxton.
Barry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Barry Hankerson messed the people ain't talking about that. He messed over Tony Braxton. Ain't nobody talking about that. And I was hoping.
See, I didn't know about that. That's new.
Yeah. That's why she had to file bankruptcy. That's why she had to file bankruptcy.
Was it Barry really?
Yeah.
Y'all lying. I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. Wow, learn something new every day.
Yo, you sound just like old Pauline.
That's how you know I'm from Chicago. Learn something new every day. I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, she did that. He did her dirty. You can't do everybody dirty now and think that you ain't gonna have a paper trail of your dirt.
Lily said she was going to bed, and look at her.
I was going to bed. I was going to bed until I y'all still talking. I was bed until I was talking, and I heard.
Lily, your phone breaking up, babe. We can't hear you. Can y'all hear her, or is it just me?
I can't hear her no more.
Okay, we're going to give her a minute. I don't know where she went. I mean, she's still there.
Hear me?
Okay, I hear you. We hear you.
Okay, you hear me. You know there's different types of immunity, right?
Okay, I hear you. You mean that's federal and state?
No. I mean with the federal government. I mean, it's not no secret that I did federal time. No. I mean with the federal government. I mean, it's not.
Lily, somebody mute their phone.
No. I mean with the federal government. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that even when a person gets immunity with the feds, they get certain types of immunity, like witness immunity. They also have immunity to where government officials or law enforcement or whatever take immunity to testify against another, law enforcement or judicial person or whatever. Right now, as it stands, is that these young ladies and men, meaning like the Charles Freeman and whomever else that was up there, basically Charles Freeman, because Charles Freeman is the one that I'm
Greg got immunity too.
who.
Greg had immunity too before he passed.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. So there's different type of immunities, and the immunity that they got is a witness immunity, because they're stating that they witnessed criminal activity, or there was a witness to some type of activity that could bring down the person that the government is against or trying to get, as we look at it as the big fish. We want the big fish. Technically, my brother is not the big fish, but because they already have him behind bars, they want to slam him with any and everything that they can. So when they got on the stands and we were able to hear Bunjin bring out the fact that they had immunity from the government and they wanted to bring in their grand jury statements or testimonies, as they call it, into the federal case, because the government, period, meaning the federal, also offered them something, not just a lifetime of um Section 8. Remember Dottie, she said, and Bajin allowed, question her, cross-examine her, and she ended up stating that she asked for immunity for her mother too, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
when she asked for immunity for her mother, she already knew that with the federal government, it's a possibility that I can still go to jail. So I need to secure my child and my mother. That's why her mother got up there and really didn't know what to say, but yet kept saying, "Can you repeat that?" And then was repetitive as far as what her daughter was saying. All I'm saying is that it was a domino effect. All they needed to hear was one person's testimony for them to collaborate with that testimony. And I'm only saying that because, again, I did federal time. There's no secret. I don't care about anybody knowing my life because can't nobody tell anything about my life but me. Okay. And when I got indicted for my federal case, I was facing 21 years in one state, 14 years in another state, and 7 years in another state. However, I decided not to go to trial because I personally thought that when it comes to the government, they have dotted their I's, crossed their T's, and they got everything they need on you. This case with my brother has enlightened me on the fact that the government is really dirty. They get the bad act witnesses to come in there and say whatever about whomever. Just like you saw it, Dottie, you saw it, Daddy Lolo. I don't know who's the other person on here that may have seen it too, but you heard them when there was no Britney. There was no Britney. There was no tape 4. The government played that card because in their eyes, they are the intimidating people. They're the ones that intimidate other people. But they want to make it look like my brother intimidated someone, the McDavid guy intimidated someone, and the June Brown guy intimidated someone. When all along, they had already given these witnesses that they were bringing forth, these government witnesses, they had already gave them witness immunity, meaning all they needed them to do is be a witness to the paperwork, the documents, whatever evidence that they had. They just needed them to be a witness to that. And as long as they can come in there and be a witness against my brother, the government wins. That's all they wanted. They didn't care if they lied. All they needed was the jurors to hear their lie. Because remember, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. They wanted to place that reasonable doubt in these jurors' mind because they already knew it was one, double jeopardy, but because they were able to change the lingo and get the alleged so-called Jane to state that this is her here now, they got him. But what I paid attention to, if nothing else, was the fact that she asked for her mother to get immunity too. That says a lot. And that's the immunity I'm talking about, the witness immunity. So technically, what these dum dums don't know is that the federal government can come back and say, we gave you immunity in regards to your testimony to the grand jury. We used you for the federal case that we had against that same person that you were a witness against in the grand jury. But now that we got him already in custody, we just need you to come as a witness. They received witness immunity. It's 3 different types of immunity. I can't quote them all right now, but I do know about witness immunity based on my experience. So I came back on here to say that because I strongly believe that whatever it is that they think they have, that was their reason for wanting to end it with a rebuttal. Because Bunjean and Brinley actually tore them up on the closing argument. Dottie, you can help me with this because you already know I can't quote certain things because I don't take notes or whatever. But I thought that the judge said he denied the government to be able to have a rebuttal. Is that true or no?
No, the government did their rebuttal. That's what we saying today.
No, I know they did it, but I thought the judge first said that they couldn't.
No, he never denied it. He allowed it.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So for them to be able to do their rebuttal and come back to bring in what they wanted to say, the question still is at hand: is they use those witnesses to come in and hang my brother the way that they think they're going to hang him, but we're rebuking that in Jesus' name, of course, and at the same time letting God have his way. But what they don't understand, and they should understand, is that they they use them. They use them. They use them. That's all I can really say is they use them. They use them to come against my brother by making Jane say that it was her on that tape. Remember, they brought up the cross that McDavid said when he did the research or whatever. It was like what 65,000 he said that had been sold. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So, do we not know that Lisa Van Allen had a cross, Sparkle had a cross, and so did Jane? So
You
for
know,
them
they
to
didn't
want
even
to
put
throw
that
that
much.
out
They
there,
didn't even put that much into that necklace
exactly.
situation. To be
That's what
honest
I'm
with you.
saying. But they wanted to act like they paid attention to it because it's the same cross on the passport. It's she had a tattoo that she had covered up. Okay, well here's my thing. Where's the photograph of the tattoo that she got? You say she got it, but where was the photo of the tattoo that she got? Why didn't you put that into evidence to show that it was a tattoo and she got it covered up? Why didn't you put in evidence the cross? Why didn't you show how many of the women that allegedly dealt with my brother had a cross that was alike or in similarities? So that's why I say our prayer force gotta be strong enough because again, where there are two or more gathered, touching in agreement, God will be in the midst. And all this evidence that they're saying they have, there still was no authentication
Somebody mute.
on
Somebody mute.
the tape. There still was no authentication on it. That was the whole thing. No authentication was done on that tape. The man said he held the tape for what? How many years? So many years to where anything could have been done to that tape. And why did he hold it? He said because if he turned it into the police wasn't going to give him $1 million. So again, I came back on. I was getting ready to go to sleep. I was trying to go to sleep. But because my brother's life is on the line, I can't sleep right now. I really can't. I'm trying.
I
But
think that's why we all still love Lily.
yeah,
I
it's
think
like,
we just
you know,
anxious.
I don't know what happened in New York. And all I'm saying is that, I have prayed. Even when I got off with you guys, I prayed and I said, God, I'm just asking that you allow me rest tonight because I know that you're in control of all things. And we're just man hoping that all things is seen. But we got to remember about our faith. Right now, our faith is what we need. Rather, it's the side of a mustard seed. Anybody that is in the chat that may be talking negative about my brother, so be it. You can have that. But those that are touching an agreement is where God will show up in the midst. My brother always says, I have more people loving me than I do hating me. And right now, those people that are loving him, they need to show up and show out. I know they don't want no protesting and all of this stuff around the court building, but whoever is watching this live right now and hearing the sound of my voice, and you reside in the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, I am asking whether you get inside the court or not to just show up, not cause a ruckus, not cause a disturbance, not cause distraction, but just show up. Right now, we need numbers. We need numbers in prayer. That's all I'm saying. And I'm really gonna try to go to sleep. Believe it or not, I took my medicine, and guess what, girl? It has not worked yet. I normally be knocked out right about now.
You
No,
gonna leave and then you go say a prayer and then you gonna come back and
you
then you go
know, you know, and I'm like, you know what, God, okay, we ended it good. I said the prayer, but then
your anxiety all over the
it
place.
is It's everywhere. And I know God is not an anxious God. He's a God of peace and understanding and humbleness, just like my brother. My brother is a very humble person. And Dottie will tell you, Daddy Lolo will tell you, every woman that ended their statement, their so called testimony, last words was, I still love him.
They sure did. They still love him.
But
Mhm.
you get up here and you say these things about him.
Yeah, you don't know what love
You
is if you can do something like this.
you don't know what love is. And not only that, you came up here because you was given witness immunity, which mean on some people's end, they did something incriminating themselves to whereas I need to get up here and give them what they want because he's who they want. They don't want me. They want him. So if I get up here and give them what they want, they're going to give me what I want. But
At least
no,
that's what they think.
if you're listening, Jane, Paulina, Nia, Tracy,
You know that's not their real name.
I know, I'm just saying it. The case is over. But,
That's why you should be saying that you thought ass.
oh,
No, I'm just joking.
here it is. Rashana. I don't know Paulina's real name. I'm just gonna call you Super Ghetto. I don't know you real, but Super Ghetto that thought you was gonna intimidate Bunjin, but got your tail toned up to where you got silenced. You, Tracy, uh, Nia. I don't know who Nia is either, cause I don't know these people. They was before my time. As long as I known him, I never had to run into them. Had I ran into them, situation would have been totally different. Not a threat, just a fact. Not throwing threats at y'all. Please don't misquote me. It's a fact. The mere fact is that you wouldn't have ever been around him had I been in his life the full 38 years that I've known him. But back to the matters at hand. Despite of what they're saying, they don't know that they still can be held accountable for the grand jury within the federal government. This ain't got nothing to do with the state. That's what the government didn't tell y'all in your, or what his name, Fred Sanford, you big dummy name. Feds didn't tell y'all
Cause
that.
they know that the feds ain't gonna pay no attention. They ain't gonna spend no money on them.
Not
You
at
know
all.
what I'm saying? They ain't worried about charging them. You know what I'm saying? They just did that for protection. They ain't worried about charging them.
They not. But guess what? Like I heard y'all saying about that Section 8 and that lifetime Section 8 thing. Do you know all it takes is a petition against the government of putting people before thousands and thousands and thousands of people that have been on the waiting list in Chicago for Section 8? Because you have to live in Chicago for at least a year before you can port out. I'm not on Section 8. I try to be on Section 8. That's how I got in trouble. But I'm just saying, if
Yeah,
I,
because Section 8 is federal and you can take that wherever you go.
well, actually, Section 8 is state to state. But if the government gives it to you, it's like a lifetime, which is what the government promised them.
Well, I thought Section 8 was federal funded.
No, it's state funded. It's state to state. What happens is Washington D.C. Washington D.C. is the, as you would call it, the main hub of getting Section 8, but it varies from state to state. That's why they tell you that you have to stay in one state for a year because it's state.
Oh.
Only federal if you violate the guidelines of the state affidavits.
It said it is paid by the federal government and it's managed by local
Man,
public office
local,
authorities. So
right.
it's managed by the local offices, but it's federal funded
But it's
program.
Because if you,
It's just like this case. By law, he was following the law, but when you fuck up, they gonna charge you federally.
in that order,
Yeah.
It's a state program, but if you mess the program up and you do something you ain't supposed to do, they gonna hit you with the federal charge.
in that order, you hit it on the head, Dottie. You hit it on the head
Yeah,
because
and they take the money out the federal funds
they
though.
take it out the federal funds, and that's why, like myself, even though I was only in one state using it or trying to use the Section 8, it became federal because federal is about the dollar amount or the guidelines. They allowed me to reach the dollar amount and the guidelines. The guidelines to where we're not going to give you probation. We want you to hang yourself enough to where we can put you in jail. And that's what they do. So if they don't adhere to their guidelines because it's federal and it's the federal that gave them, it doesn't matter. State to state, you're going to go state to state. But unless they commit a crime with the affidavits,
Wow. I'm looking up Section 8. I don't mean to cut you off, but
no,
you know they pay up to $1,645.
$145.
I'm throwing all y'all niggas under the bus. Oh, I'm going to the federal government, put charges on every last one. Call them right now. Tell them y'all did something. Daddy Lola, all y'all. I don't care. I'm a lie. Hell, they lied. I'm like, shit, they pay how much? Wait a minute. In a 4-bedroom, they pay $1,767. Oh, hell no. In Michigan, I can live good. I'm telling on all y'all.
That's funny. That is so funny.
Oh,
Wow.
God.
Can y'all imagine how many people that probably wasn't for Rob and then they heard her testimony and say she got that Section 8 and they've been waiting on it? How many of these people that flipped?
Y'all making me.
Wait a minute.
Making me
I know
choke.
they like, wait a minute. What you? That's probably why
She
Pauline
done
was
just
mad.
half Chicago.
That's probably why Pauline was mad and had an attitude.
Pauline was upset.
She probably been like, well, shit, y'all gave this bitch Section 8. You ain't give me this Section 8. I wish you would have said that. That's probably why she had an attitude. Because she didn't get Section 8.
Judge Dragon.
They probably gave her ass a Uber X to the courthouse and back.
Look, Judge Dragon. Don't call them female dogs. Don't call them female dogs. They might own the name, but don't call them, because guess what? Real talk, they gonna be fighting at each other, and somebody gonna come forth and tell some more stuff.
Well, look, wait a minute. Now here's the thing. That's exactly why they was mad. They was mad because she got Section 8 and she didn't. Because Daddy Lodo said she was even mad at the government. She was sassing the government. That's probably why. She probably was sassing them more so than anybody.
She rolled her eyes at the government. She rolled her eyes at them. Dottie, she rolled her eyes at them.
Like, cause you ain't get me Section 8.
Yeah, wow. I missed that, y'all. I'm mad I didn't go that day. I'm so upset.
She rolled her eyes, told Bunjean, yeah, you got the right one. And Bunjean looked at her like, you got the right one too.
Oh, Bunjean looked at her like, you got the right one too?
Yes, and Bunjean made her get tongue-tied and silent. And Bunjean said, and Dottie got the transcript where Bunjean said, oh, you can't talk now. And then the government said, strike that. The defense is being commentary. And then Bunjean said, I'll check.
Confrontational, you mean?
No, they kept saying the commentary that's coming from the defense, because they were saying little slick stuff on the side. When I tell y'all, Bunjean was sitting in her chair like this, playing with her hair like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. That's what she was doing the entire time. Like when they was doing their closing arguments and everything, she was just like, oh my God, I can't, this is just bullshit. That was the look on her face the whole time. And then they'll say like little slick shit. Like when they put when she made a mistake and put the wrong thing on the screen and she actually showed the jury something she didn't want to show them, Bunjean was like, nah, go ahead, put it back up there. That's what they consider to be commentary that she shouldn't say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She
But
was like, put it back up there.
I love McDavid, boy. McDavid kept saying, "Oops, oops, I'm sorry." You know what? I'm gonna try to stop saying I'm sorry.
Yeah, he'll be on the stand and he'll speak after there's an objection. He will keep talking. But Daryl was doing that because Lolo, I don't know if y'all said when the witnesses was up there, like Lisa, especially Lisa, when the defense would object, she would still answer so that the jury can still hear her answer.
Yep,
So when it was Daryl's turn to go up there, he did the same stuff. So
yep.
when they would ask a question, the government would object and Daryl would still answer that question. And then he'd turn around and say, "Oh, I'm sorry. And then say, you know what? I'm gonna stop saying I'm sorry." It was funny. It was very interesting. And the judge was like, "I don't even know what y'all talking about. Whatever, overruled."
The funny
Right.
thing with
I heard that he was in his own zone.
man, let me tell you something.
Yes.
That judge would come back from lunch break. His robe would be hanging off his shoulder like he had been in a fight after lunch. He
He
come
said,
back. He will fall asleep. He was snoring one time. I promise you, he was snoring. And he was snoring up there.
This man was like, "Okay, how much time you got? Okay, let's get this. I need to go have a martini. Let's go. Come on,
He
go.
should-
We need to get this going." While the government was doing their closing argument, he was yawning so loud in the microphone, like he wasn't making no apologies for nothing.
nothing.
he was like,
Then you had the government. They would sit there and they object to something that the defense said, and then they'd just say objection, and the judge would be like, "Okay, what are you objecting for?" And they wouldn't even give reason behind it. Then they'd turn around and give a reason. He'd be like, "Whatever, overruled. Just go. Just keep talking. Just go." It was so, and Brinkley, he really didn't care. He kept going. He ain't even, when they said objection, he ain't even care. He just like, "Never mind, judge. Never mind the objection. Just keep going."
Exactly.
He really didn't care.
Really was not playing with the government at all.
It's almost like the judge read this whole trial before it happened, and he just knew it was gonna be something that they were just gonna be like, "Okay, just not guilty." That was his attitude.
You know what real talk though, Donnie? You know
Huh?
what I think real talk? I strongly believe if it was a bench trial as opposed to a jury trial with that particular judge, I strongly believe we would have been better off.
well, they said that he would have said something about guilty or something. Who said that?
He just said that there was certain evidence that if he was saying legally, because he knows the law, by law, Rob will be guilty of it. For example, we're gonna go back to the state law is 17, but the federal law is 18. By law, you're guilty. So he would have to abide by that. Giving it to the jury may look at it as, "Damn, I didn't even know that. So how can I really expect him to know that?" You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it'll be a little bit more leniency. That's how he was putting it. The evidence will show that a jury could come back with a guilty verdict. So it might have been best for it to be a jury trial.
Well, you know what, Dottie? You know what, Dottie? When it's all over, me and you, I mean, we need a sidebar, but we ain't gonna take a sidebar right now because my meds just kicked in. So now y'all
We need a sidebar. Okay, we gonna have Yeah, I'm gonna go. Listen, we 4 hours in, y'all. I'm
Yeah.
finna go to bed.
I'm going.
Lily, Lolo, I just seen that they said that the court is gonna open up at 9, not 12. I mean 10.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah. So we need, well, not the court, but the jury is gonna be back in the building to finish their deliberations at 9 o'clock tomorrow, not 10.
Well, you already know what time.
So yeah, so we need to be there at 9. Well, we can still get there at 10, but that's the time they gonna get there. But I'll be there at 10.
Dottie, you already know what time I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, I know.
You know what time I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, I'm gonna see you there.
Yeah, you see.
Spitting Fire, you gonna come on tomorrow?
Well, I'm gonna come on tomorrow. You coming on?
I am. I
Okay.
definitely, whether there's a verdict or not, I'm gonna come on and just at least, just tell what we hear and
I'm
say
hoping
something.
it's not a verdict tomorrow.
Man, I'm hoping it's
I
not
don't. I want them to
quick
take their
either.
time. Jennifer
Want them-
begged them to take their time.
This is
Ooh,
my
please take your time. I
this
know
is
y'all
my
want to go home, but at least y'all can go home and come back.
no bump that. This is my brother's life. I need them to take as much time as they can
Yeah.
because I need them like
Mute your phone, Dottie.
I want them to go through each count, and I want them to strategically understand and see that my brother did not commit each one of these accounts. Each one of these counts they have, like she said, it's the count that counts. I need them to seriously think about each count. I don't want them coming back hurrying up because they need that courtroom to film. Bust that. This is my brother's life. New York already done jagged him, even though the appeal is, going to happen. I just strongly believe we need this win for the rest of it to go away. That's just what I believe.
I just hope that the jurors don't sit up there and be listening to other people as they get home. You know what I mean? And try to sit up there and make them happy as opposed to doing what they signed up to do.
But you know what's crazy? I'm gonna call you Jaws. I can't help it.
Spitting Fire.
Okay, Spitfire. I'm gonna try not to call you Jaws. Okay, but I love your chubby cheeks. But okay,
thank you.
Spitting Fire. What the thing is, I need them to really take their time and, like you said, not come back just because they want them to go home. Because the whole thing is like when I didn't take a jury trial, but I know people that did with the feds. And when they took a jury trial, it was a matter of, the government want us to hurry up and make a decision. No, you're dealing with somebody's life. So take your time. Because if this was your loved one, you would want them to take their time. And that's why I told them I'm going to do as many news reports or interviews I can do to continue to humanize my brother because he is human. He's not this monster they're creating him to be. He's not. And I'm praying that the jurors see that. And I believe some of them do. I really do believe some of them, see the human side.
Well, it's just look, if they lie, then that's just it. You know what I'm saying? It's not even really all that hard. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't get over here and sit up there and say when you was under the grand jury, you was certain age and now you this age. Like, you know what I'm saying? To me, I'm gonna make it simple. You lied, you did this, you said this now, but now you're supposed to tell the truth. I'm not supposed to be up here to decide when you was telling the truth. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. If it's inconsistent, you lie. That's bottom line.
In that order, as my daughter would say, are you lying then? Was you lying then, or are you lying now?
Yeah. So I'm finna get ready to get up out of here.
Me too. I love
All right. Thank you, Dottie, for having me on. Thank you, Daddy Lodo.
No, thank y'all.
Thank y'all so much in the chat. All right. I'm glad we had this.
I am too. I swear I am. Thank you so much.
Yes, I can't wait to meet.
I'm gonna come back and talk crap with y'all tomorrow.
Miss Spitting Fire.
I'm gonna talk crap with y'all tomorrow.
Okay.
Lolo, Tanya, thank y'all. Thank y'all, everybody in the chat. I know he big all right.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
you're welcome.
Y'all have a good night.
All right.
Good night.
See y'all tomorrow. Talk to y'all tomorrow.
For sure.
Okay, bye-bye.